Shall we all rise? Wait. Thank you. Let's remain standing for the singing of the AU anthem and the national anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity.
I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the clays, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. It feels good that I can stand here as a South African to say to all of you represented here, to the millions who made the input into the process of our Constitution, to our outstanding compatriots who have presided over the birth of our founding document, to the negotiators who pitted their wits one against the other, to the unseen stars who shone unseen as the management and administration of the Constitutional Assembly, the advisors, experts, and publicists, to the mass communication media, to our friends across the globe. Congratulations and well done once again. I am an African. This is an extract with my own emphasis from the historical speech made by His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki on behalf of the National ANC, or the African National Congress in Cape Town on the 8th of May, 1996, on the occasion of the passing of the new Constitution of South Africa. Shall we make a round of applause for this moment? Today, it feels good to be African. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Metoko Didiza, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of South Africa, Professor Buleleng Kabula, His Excellency, former President of South Africa, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, distinguished guests, members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, scholars, students, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this important colloquium reflecting on the 30 years of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Welcome the person that you are sitting next to. Welcome to the National Assembly. Our theme this morning is celebrating 30 years of South Africa's Constitution in a rapidly changing world. Today's gathering is not merely commemorative, but it is an intellectual and civic engagement that invites us to reflect honestly on the gains, the tensions, the promises, and the unfinished aspirations of our constitutional democracy. A space for critical reflection on where we come from, where we stand today, and what kind of a democratic future we wish to build. It is fitting that this dialogue takes place within the National Assembly, the seat of democratic representation and constitutional accountability in our country. This colloquium reflects on the importance of partnership between Parliament and institutions of higher learning in deepening constitutional democracy. It is through such collaborations that we strengthen democratic institutions, promote accountability, and create space for ideation, reflection, and critique. Ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, let me take this opportunity to say to you, it gives me a great pleasure to invite Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Ms. Toko Didiza, who's going to deliver the remarks on behalf of Parliament. And I must say, I'm just going to do a short bio of Me Tokodidiza. And as I stand here, I'm not the speaker. I don't want to hear anyone saying, Speaker, Madam Speaker. The Madam Speaker is here today, and she's still in charge of this space. Me Tokodidiza is a Speaker of the National Assembly of the Southern... She's saying no, yeah. But we know her, she was the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and she was also first elected in Parliament in 1994 and was the first woman Deputy Minister of Agriculture as well. Her bio, we all know it, but also I must say she's one of the youngest minister in the cabinet as well, and of former president. And we used to aspire to be like you, Metoko. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, President Mbeki, the Chairperson of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Mayor Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, our Professor Lingabula, the VC of the University of South Africa, members of Unisa management who are here, and council, if they are also here, and the student representatives. Also, I would like to recognize the trustees of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, our keynote speaker, Professor Munandulo, our General, the Deputy Minister of Defense, General Bantu Holomisa, Excellencies, the ambassadors present here, members of Parliament, and I hope they will be more disciplined today because they are guests, members of civil society and academia, officials of Parliament, officials of Unisa, ladies and gentlemen, happy Africa Day. It is indeed an honor and privilege that I welcome you to this important event as part of a week-long celebration of Africa Day, as well as welcoming you here in Cape Town, which is the legislative arm of state, and this is where we are located. As Parliament and a member of the Pan-African Parliament, Africa Day is not just a day to remember and celebrate. However, it is a day in which we take stock of how far we have gone in realizing the Africa we want. We have developed frameworks that are anchored in our African Union Constitutive Act. NEPAD, for instance, give us a template of how we can leverage our natural, human, and technological resources to build a resilient Africa's economy. The Lagos Plan of Action also outlined critical plans that, if we were to follow them, they will take us a step further in our development trajectory as a continent. Agenda 2063, which gave us a broad vision of an Africa we want. This vision was actually developed by a number of citizens who participated in formulating what it is that we would want to see as Africans. The Pan-African Parliament, which brings together public representatives from member parliaments, have developed model laws that have brought harmony on certain legislative framework across the continent. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, indicate the journey we have traveled in putting the foundation from which we can build the Africa we want. Here in South Africa, as we reflect on Africa Day, in a context where we mark 30 years since the country promulgated its constitution, the supreme law of the land, which lays the foundation of the South Africa constitutional democracy and a South Africa that we want. We want to also look at this South Africa that we want in the context of the Africa that all of us have agreed should be an Africa that is prosperous, an Africa that is fully developed, an Africa that can utilize the skills and all other resources we have, but also an Africa that can stand tall amongst nations. I must say that in the few days that we have been having these long celebrations, we've had certain unfortunate incidences in our country, where some of Africa's citizens have found themselves in a country where they fear, in a country where they feel unwelcomed. This migration issue is a very important one that I hope we will all reflect in a manner that enables us as Africans to construct better systems that can ensure that we coexist and co-work together. In recognizing this special occasion, the National Assembly held a webinar on the 10th of May 2026, exactly the day in which the National Assembly adopted the Constitution. During that webinar, we reflected on our journey, but also successes and challenges that we have encountered over the years. Today, we are partnering with Unisa to host this colloquium as part of the build-up to the main Africa Day event that will take place on the 23rd of May 2026 here in Cape Town. This colloquium will focus on the contemporary issues facing Africa and the role that Africa must play to shape Africa's future and functioning democracy. It brings together activists, youth, academics, business community, as well as members of parliament to dialogue and chart a way forward for the Africa we want and the democracy we envisioned when the liberation movement led the struggle against oppression and violation of human rights. This colloquium is a platform for reflection and dialogue on South Africa's constitutional journey over the past 3 decades. This colloquium also look at progress and challenges of constitutional democracy, democratic governance, institutional legitimacy, and public trust, as well as South Africa's role within Africa and the broader global community. Program Director, the journey towards this achievement of our constitutional democracy have been very long. It had various milestones in which South Africans expressed their views about the South Africa they want. Starting with the Freedom Charter, also known as one of the seminal documents that was ever produced, which gave us a template of the vision of the South Africa we yearn for. During the intense repression in the 80s, popular struggles here at home and abroad brought closer the possibility of attaining this freedom. It is during these processes again that as South Africans, working with our African brothers and sisters, ushered the birth of our democracy. And therefore it is fitting that as we celebrate 30 years of our constitutional democracy and the Constitution itself, we can again meet here as celebrating Africa Day to look at how far this baby that we gave birth to has actually developed. In celebrating Africa Day and commemorating the 3 decades of South Africa's constitutional democracy, we ought to reflect on how the supreme law of the land has ensured that we have transformed our country for the better, that we have contributed in making the African continent a peaceful and a prosperous place. 30 years into a democratic dispensation, we've laid the foundations of strong institutions that have been the architecture of the country we wanted. We've had legislative sector which has played an important role in developing legislation that is transformative. We have today a strong judiciary that dispenses justice and builds confidence in society that all are equal before the law. We have, and still are, progressively ensuring that human rights of all citizens are respected through our various constitutional bodies and our civil society. The government has been able to develop policies and execute programs that address the needs of our society. We can look back with admiration at the steps taken to build a functional state. Behind these gains our academics who have enlightened us with empirical research on how to improve governance and the provision of public service. Behind these gains, a civil society who have always reminded us on how far sometimes we have had missteps in the journey of improving their societies, as well as ensuring that we build the country that they wanted. Behind these gains, it has been men and women who have worked tirelessly to ensure that they hold us to a promise of what we said we will do. In appreciating the foundations and the building blocks that have deepened our democracy, I have no doubt that this colloquium will reflect on the progress and challenges we still face from the perspective of different members of society present here today. I'm certain that this colloquium will share insights on how we navigate the next 30 years grounded on the principles and values we have used as a foundation to build the state structures in the recent past. To all our speakers and guests, I would like to extend a warm welcome and a robust engagement as you reflect on these important issues that you have set for yourselves. Again, welcome to Parliament, and I'm sure by being here, you will enrich our legislature to take on some of the resolutions that this colloquium may come up with. I thank you.
Honorable Speaker, we are deeply honored by your presence here, and also we are grateful for this partnership that you have actually taken the time to organize this with the University of South Africa. And we want to thank you also for your thoughtful reflections and for reaffirming Parliament's commitment to constitutional democracy and public accountability. Another warm round of applause for the Honorable Speaker. Okay. The patron is asking me, who am I? Okay. My name is Edith Paswana, and I am the acting executive dean of the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs at Unisa. Thank you very much. And it is now my distinct honor to invite the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, to deliver remarks on behalf of Unisa. Professor Lenkabula is a South African academic, professor of ethics specializing in social ethics, a multidisciplinary discipline entailing economy, ecology, and justice. Professor Lenkabula was appointed the first woman Vice Chancellor after 147 years of Unisa's existence, and the third Vice Chancellor of Unisa in the aftermath of apartheid and democratic era. Lenkabula brings in diverse work experience from academia, ecumenical communities, civic societies, and private sectors at national and international contexts. And her experiences also include being the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of the Free State. She was the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Change, and also the Dean of Students at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and also the Executive Dean for Student Affairs and Student Services at Unisa. And Professor Lenkabula also has brought many successes in Unisa, including the improvement of academic performance and propelling the scientific agenda. Also, she acquired and developed veterinary sciences and agriculture through experimental farms at Unisa, and she also strategically increased Unisa's finances and resources. Yesterday, as part of this week-long events of the Africa Day. We were with the AUDA NEPAT, and we were also told that the CEO of NEPAT, Dr. Bekele Thomas, also increased the funds of NEPAT from 30 US million to 300, and which means in South African rands, she moved it from 600 to 5.7 billion. And that is woman leadership. And as I stand here, I'm very proud in this new constitution to have women who can do this. And as you can see, my lineup also is women. And that it was not possible if not for this constitution we are celebrating today. So Prof. Lenkabula also moved UNISA from 8 billion to 25.4 in rands billion. And yet, you see, that is put your women in leadership. You will be able to know that you will have money and you will have resources. They know how to manage money, resources for the good of our societies. So we just want to acknowledge and thank this constitution that made all of this possible for us. Professor Lenkabula, the time is yours. Thank you.
Program Director, Professor Paswana, thank you very much for inviting me here. Honorable Ms. Toko Didiza, the Speaker of the Republic of South Africa National Assembly and a Member of Parliament, thank you very much for welcoming us here and for agreeing for a partnership between a university and the Parliament. I think we want to really honor you with Mukholukwane Medidietzane for the partnership is very meaningful. Can I request? Thank you very much. Let me recognize His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa and the patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Let me recognize Honorable Refilwe Mthweni-Tsipane, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Cabinet Ministers present here today, and we recognize General Holomisa too. Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, the Chairperson of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation Board, and all other members of the board present. Members of UNISA Council, led by Mr. Mlauzi, and members of Council, Executive and Extended Management of the University of South Africa, our eminent keynote speaker, Professor Muna Ndulo, William Nelson Cromwell, Professor of International and Comparative Law at Cornell University, members of the Student Representative Councils, academicians, professionals and administrative staff, and of course, the primary stakeholder of the knowledge system and the university, the Student Representative Council, panel members and interlocutors in the knowledge engagement that we will be having, the Commission of Human Rights and Professor Tsepo Madlingos, Professor Tuli Madonsela, the former public protector, Professor Sandra Liebenberg, Stellenbosch University, Professor Danny Brand, a colleague that I worked with at the University of South Africa, Professor Mechi Makhuba, one of the young professors from University of Limpopo, Professor Grace Khonong, University of South Africa, Professor Anthony van Nieuwkerk, UNISA, and Ms. Magete Makamasi, PhD candidate, Public Policy and International Relations, members of the various political parties in attendance here this morning, invited guests present here and participating virtually, esteemed members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I now start my speech. Molweni, Dumelang, Sanbonan, A. Absheni. Salam alaikum. Khotsong. Thank you. It is a profound honor to welcome you to the distinguished gathering, an academic colloquium held in the very chamber where the fate of our nation is debated, where the laws are made, and where the will of the South African people find institutional expression. That we convene in the National Assembly, the heart of our constitutional democracy, is no mere logistical choice. It is a symbolic homecoming. It is a reminder that universities and parliament share a common vocation to hold up a mirror to society, to speaking truth and to reimagining reality and the future we choose to co-construct together. We gather on the eve of the 16th annual Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture, whose theme, Rebuilding African Unity in an Age of Fragmentation, Sovereignty, Solidarity, and Renewal of Institutions, echoes with an urgent necessity across our continent. Today's colloquium, hosted by the University of South Africa in partnership with the National Assembly and the NCOP, ask us to turn that same searching gaze inward, to celebrate, but also to critically examine 3 decades of South Africa's constitution and democracy. In 1996, on May 8th, the Constitutional Assembly, as the Speaker has already alluded, adopted the final text of South Africa's constitution. On that same day, the then Deputy President, Thabo Mbeki, whom we are honored to being the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, made a sacrosanct invitation, not only to South Africans, but to Africans to believe and to accept the integrity of their ontology and to respect who they are. In this speech, I am an African. That oration was not merely a poem. It wasn't just poetics about belonging. It was a constitutional act in its own right. It was not just a performative declaration. It was an ethical declaration that wove together the wounded and the triumphant threads of our identity and our past, but also the imagination of the future that this democratic dividend had to affirm, reassert, and rearticulate. President Mbeki declared, I am formed of the migrants who left Europe to find a new home. I'm a grandchild of the men and women who were torn from the continent of Africa. I come of those who were transported from India and China, and all of us understand and know that speech. In that single sweeping affirmation, President Mbeki refused the logic of apartheid fragmentation. He insisted that I of the new South Africa was multiple, was wounded, yet indivisible, had the commitment to co-constructing the future together. The Constitution, therefore, adopted that day, gave a legal form to that imaginative and that invitational act. Yet we must ask, 3 decades later, has the constitutional promise of united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa been fulfilled for all who uttered that I, or has a gap between the constitutional text and the lived concrete realities become a chasm across which many struggle to cross? When we remember the foundation of our constitution and the promise of a new and better South Africa, what do we see? Do we see South African promise in the making, or we see a dream deferred? These are some of the questions that we're going to talk about today, that the intellectuals and communities in our society must reflect on. Whatever the answers, I hope we become truthful and get to address the questions at the end of it all, what is to be done? Our reflection today must also reach back further of 1906, when young Pixley Isaka Seme stood before Columbia University Philosophical Society and delivered his famous speech titled The Regeneration of Africa. Seme said, among other things, the regeneration of Africa means a new and unique civilization is to be added to the world. Africa is to be the bright star in the firmament of human history. He spoke at a time when colonialism had been drawn a cartographic fiction of barbarism across our land. Yet Seme saw what others refused to see: the imperative of agency, of the intellectual speaking truth to power, the seeds of renewal, and the invitation for many who dare not to accept oppression, domination, and marginalization to holding up the true text of claiming justice into existence. Seme's vision heralded a Pan-Africanism that would later inspire the Organization of African Unity and its successor, the African Union. But regeneration, as Seme understood it then, was never a single event. It was an endless intergenerational quest for a higher order civilization. Today, as we celebrate 30 years of constitutionalism, we must ask, has South Africa's constitution contributed to the regeneration of Africa, or have we too often turned inward, became preoccupied with ourselves, our own transition, whilst the continent faced new forms of extraction, debt, geopolitical predation, but also greed levels that are not imaginable in our context. Indeed, the past 30 years present a paradoxical picture of state of our nation. On the one hand, the Bill of Rights, the most progressive in the world at its adoption, has enabled landmark legal jurisprudence, the decriminalization of same-sex love, the right to housing, the abolishment of death penalty, the recognition of customary law, the recognition of women as agents and girls. In addition, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, the courts have provided recourse where executive power might have otherwise trampled human dignity. On the other hand, as the Tanzanian legal scholar Issa Shivji reminds us, constitutionalism in post-colonial Africa has often become a liberal legalism that protects property relations whilst leaving structural violence intact. Shivji argues that rights without redistribution are a form of procedural justice that masks substantive inequality. In South Africa, 30 years later, the Gini coefficient remains among the highest and requires us as academics, as scholars, as societies, to working together, to looking at how this situation can be remedied. The economy remains racially stratified, with the top 10% of the population overwhelmingly white, controlling more than 80% of the financial assets, according to Statistics South Africa report in 2025. Adebayo Olokoshi has also similarly warned us the democratic development state promised Africa's post-Cold War transitions a better life for all, and therefore it is important for us to fulfilling its aspiration to becoming progressive and to ensuring our orientation become more urgent for institutional reform for South Africa, but also for the continent. Amina Mama, one of the creative feminist scholars, equally reminds us that African constitutions, and she argues, including our own constitution in South Africa, have often been gendered documents that enshrine formal equality while failing to dismantle patriarchal power, in the household, in institutions, in the economy, and state. Despite Constitutional Court progressive jurisprudence on gender, South Africa continues to witness femicide rates amongst the highest in the world, and it continues to undermine the intellectual brain trust of its women leaders, and in the main, gender-based violence and femicide remain underfunded areas that require solutions. And therefore, she argues, the constitutional promise of security of the person is violated daily, and it's something that we must collectively addressing. I want to conclude with the words of one of the Africa's foremost intellectual, a mentor to many of us, including myself, Sameh Amin, who would remind us that these internal contradictions are not accidental. They reflect the peripheral position of African economies within global capitalism. South Africa's constitution, for all its brilliance, could not insulate the country from structural adjustment programs, the debt traps, the asymmetric trade regimes that Sameh Amin called the law of the worldwide value, the rapid changes in our world from the rise of multipolarity to the climate crisis that demand not only constitutional fidelity, but a fundamental rethinking of our economic sovereignty. This means, therefore, to the heart of our colloquium, celebrating 30 years of Africa's constitution in a rapidly changing world. The phrase, rapidly changing world, is not a euphemism. We live in this age of fragmentation, the unraveling of multilateral institutions, the weaponization of trade and technology, the resurgence of great power rivalry, and the erosion of rules-based order that South Africa has championed in 1994. This is also an age of national protectionism, often undergirded by extreme right-wing ideology in many parts of the world, especially in North America, Europe, including our own country. Therefore, our theme of the Africa Week and Africa Day is quite important because it asks us, does the Constitution remain a fortress for national elites while ordinary citizens are excluded from economic dignity or cannot sustain legitimacy? As Shivji reminds us, rights without popular sovereignty, without democratization of the state, become alibis for authoritarian or oligarchic rule. The renewal of institutions, therefore, must begin with the renewal of public trust. That requires transparency, accountability, and a relentless focus on the material. I therefore hope that, in line with these great scholars of our continent, Mahmoud Mamdani's 2011 article, in which he critiques our thinking as Africans, will be an important invitation to our deliberations this morning. He says, today the market-driven model is dominant in African universities. The consultancy culture it has nurtured has had a negative consequence for postgraduate education and research. Consultants presume that research is all about finding answers to problems defined by a client. They think of research as finding answers, not as formulating a problem. The consultancy culture is institutionalized through short courses, sometimes in research methodologies, and not necessarily in embedding the concrete experiences of society and their imagination of the solutions that they have to develop. Yet, as Unisa, as the Africa's largest open distance learning institution in the country and in the continent, we've always striven to avoid this destructive path. Born in 1873 as a colonial examination body, transformed into a distance e-learning path, especially prior to 1946 and reborn in 1994 as an instrument of democratic access. Unisa carries a unique mandate that is to bring higher education to the working class, the rural poor, the incarcerated, to those who were excluded by apartheid geography and economy. That mandate is profoundly constitutional. It echoes Section 29 of the Constitution. Everyone has the right to further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. Today, in partnership with the Parliament, we reaffirm that the University of South Africa is not a neutral observer in constitutional life. It is a participant. It is a critique. It is also a conscience of our society through the research, teaching, engaged scholarship, and the partnerships that we forge to ensure that the knowledge of Africa, its civilizations, its ideas, but its aspirations are enacted. As we celebrate 30 years, we must ask the difficult questions: has the academic freedom been used to transforming power or simply reproducing existing power structures? Have we as academics of Unisa or the 26 public universities been a partner to our society, to the government, to imagining the future, or have we remained as in the ivory tower, indifferent to the social contradictions of our society? Have we come to you, Madam Speaker, to make proposals around how we deem or believe through our research the developments or reforms that could be included? Have our curricula decolonized or been merely diversified? Have we produced graduates who can rebuild institutions or graduates who can only manage their decay? I think for us as Unisa, we want to conclude with the words of Seme and Becky and say the African is not a proletarian in the world of science and art. He has or she has precious creation of her own. The black man and the black woman is a human being. Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. These are the words that our patron and chancellor echoed, to which we hold dear as the University of South Africa. I hope we will not idolize these words, but we will question whether we have the courage to repair the contradictions of our time, our democracy, to distribute human dignity, to renew our institutions so that they serve many, not few. Welcome to this colloquium. Welcome to the University of South Africa, the home of leaders, the home of Toko Didiza, an alumnus of the University of South Africa, the home of Thabo Mbeki, an alumnus of the University of South Africa, the home of Nelson Mandela, the former and the founding father of our democracy, and of the current president of our university. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for reminding us of the important role universities must continue to play as critical voices in society. Another warm round of applause. And we also want to thank you for your commitment to partnering with progressive knowledge, sciences and institutions, progressive civil society and business in support of South Africa's developmental futures and the continent's contribution to the global development. We thank you. As we mark these 30 years now, we are called not only to celebrate constitutional gains, but also to ask difficult questions about justice, equality, governance and social transformation. We are now transitioning into the centerpiece of this colloquium, a keynote that is going to provide an important opportunity for us to engage thoughtfully with the broader constitutional project in South Africa. It asks us to reflect not only on democratic gains over the past 3 decades, but also the continuing challenges confronting our institutions, our leadership, and our society. Has the Constitution delivered fully on its promise? What remains unfinished, and what responsibilities rest with our generation? These are very difficult questions that we must be able to engage with as we start this colloquium as well. At the back, I heard that there is a QR code that you need to project for the audience to have their programs. I think they don't have the programs. That's why I was even asked to say, who am I? So I heard there will be something here, a QR code that needs to project the program, and then people can be able to do that and have it electronically. We said we want to live in a digital world, and this is it. This is the digital world we live in. So I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, who requires little introduction. Professor Ndulo, a globally respected scholar of constitutionalism, governance, and international law. He serves as the William Nelson Cromwell Professor of International and Comparative Law at Cornell University in the United States of America, and has contributed immensely to constitutional and governance discourse across Africa and globally. He is also the Elizabeth and Arthur Rich Director, Leo and Avila Berger International Legal Studies Program at Cornell Law School. He is Honorary Professor of Law at the Faculty of Law, University of Cape Town, Extraordinary Professor of Law, University of the Free State, and Honorary Professor of the University of the Western Cape, UWC. He is a former Professor of Law and Dean of the School of Law at University of Zambia. From 1986 to 1995, he served as legal officer in the International Trade Law Branch of the United Nations Commission of International Trade Law. He has carried out several UN assignments, including serving as Chief Political and Legal Advisor with the UN Mission Observer Mission in South Africa, and as a Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General to South Africa between 1992 and 1994. He was also the legal officer for Kosovo in 2000, Afghanistan 2003, East Timor 1999. He was a consultant also to the constitution-making processes in Kenya, Somalia, and Zimbabwe. Ndulo has published 23 books and over 120 articles in academic journals, and has served as arbitrator on cases of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, and ICSID. He is the recipient of several academic awards, including the Distinguished Africanist Award, New York African Studies Association in 2012. He also received the Award for Excellence in the Teaching, Advising, and Mentoring of Graduates and Professional Students at Cornell University, and the Vice Chancellor's Distinguished Award for Global Excellence and Stature at the University of Johannesburg. He is the founder of the South African Institute for Policy, Southern African Institute for Policy and Research in Zambia, at the University of Zambia. He graduated with an LLB degree and subsequently earned an LLM at Harvard University and a DPhil at Trinity College, Oxford University. Distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming Professor Munandulo.
Thank you very much for that very, very generous introduction, Madam Speaker, and then President Thabo Mbeki, Vice Chancellor, University of South Africa. I think to be on the safe side, I'll simply say I'll observe all protocols so I can continue. Thanks. So I'm delighted and honored to be invited to share with you my thoughts about constitution making and the challenges that we face. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. And the challenges that we face. I must confess that I learned a lot about what I know about constitutions working in South Africa. I think President Mbeki, from those days, Kempton Park, and all those, yeah. So I was here from 1992 to 1994, all the time, with non-stop, as advisor to Dr. Brahimi, who was the special representative of the UN here. So I really learned a great deal from participating in the processes here. So, as has been said, it's been 30 years since the adoption of the 1996 South African Constitution. And I think it's time, indeed, it's time to celebrate, but I think it's also an occasion to reflect on what the impact of the South African Constitution has been on South Africa itself and also on Africa and the rest of the world. The South African Constitution of 1996 is known to be one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. I think this is not a false claim. I think this is really an important achievement, and I think we should pay tribute to the South Africans that negotiated the South African Constitution in 1996. They showed the world how constitutions can be developed, set a very high bar in terms of participation, and should also be extremely proud for the product that has been produced. An assessment of the issues, I think, requires us first to have a conversation as to what is the role of a constitution in a national state. I think we should all be on the same page in terms of what exactly does the constitution do in a country. South African constitutional developments cannot be understood without reflecting on the challenges the country faces, which are tied to deeper historical and structural realities and the legacy of apartheid that continue to shape South African society in many ways today. I think throughout the world, constitutions play a significant role in advancing and safeguarding civil and political rights. While their importance is undeniable, limiting human rights discourse to these rights alone fails to address the structural realities of inequality and marginalization that shape people's lives. Disadvantages that stem from class divisions, racial inequality, and historical oppression cannot be adequately captured within a framework that focuses solely on a constitution cannot be fair if it's solely focused on the question of rights only. A constitution is designed to situate people into a polity or state. It creates a framework of governance, equipped with powers and institutions that are necessary and adequate for effective management of public affairs. It limits those powers in the interest of the protection of liberty of the individual. It declares the ideals and objectives of the nation. The Constitution is thus the source of legitimate power exercised by governments over the people. It is the supreme law of the country, an exercise of power not so granted, of which is prohibited, is unconstitutional and void. The Constitution is also a medium for declaring the ideals and fundamental objectives of a nation. What is it that we want to make the society be like? And that, of course, I think is a question that throughout the discussions of the South African Constitution, right from the Freedom Charter, this is a big issue in terms of what kind of society do we want to create. And also it affirms the duties of the state to the people. What are the duties? What are the obligations of the state to the individuals that make up the state? The process of a constitution making in South Africa happening in the 90s meant that it was actually happening during the period of the end of the Cold War. And that was significant in the sense that the world had somewhat embraced democratization. We saw the onset of democratization processes in many African countries and also Latin American countries and Eastern Europe. So the move towards democratization worldwide was imposed by popular mobilization of the people, demanding better governance. And during this period, we even saw that, for example, financial institutions like the World Bank that always preached that they were not political, changing their approach and now bringing in governance as one of the factors they would consider to give loans. So although the consolidation of democracy in terms of building of democratic institutions and the capacity of the state to manage the political and economic policies of society for development remain a challenge, current numbers represent an improvement, of course, over the before 1990s. We do see there's still many challenges, I think, as is often mentioned. On the African continent, we continue to be set by a number of challenges. The first challenge, the crisis of national identity. The challenge is to manage diversity and harness it for national development. The second is the social exclusion, income inequality, vulnerability to economic and environmental risks, facing large segments of the population of the national states. Now, this to some extent is the inheritance of the colonial system, the structure of the world trading system. Because although many African states have gotten independence, when you look at the structure of their economies, it's still really the colonial economy. They're still in the supply of raw materials. And President Nyerere observed as early as the 60s that an economic trading system which is designed to collect raw materials cannot produce any other result than what we see in Africa. Because we all know that actually value addition, raw materials will not enrich the countries. And it's also, of course, important to remember that almost on all raw materials, African states do not have a say in terms of the prices at which these commodities are bought. So you've got coffee agreement, you've got the London Metal Exchange, and everything is that way. And the importers of raw materials determine the price at which they buy the raw materials, but they also determine the price at which they sell you the products or the raw materials. So you can see the structure that we really need to deal with. So some of this, of course, as I said, can be explained by the colonial state, which merged into a unitary state. Here I'm talking about the question of the challenges of national identity. So these states were merged, of course, during the colonial period. And many of them, in terms of the various components of this population, would have viewed themselves at the time of colonialism as nations in their own right. As the colonial powers applied a preferential treatment to the various groups and regions in those countries, diversity became correlative to disparities in the shaping and sharing of power, national wealth, social services, and development opportunities. In the period following independence, many African countries did not address these disparities and the dysfunctional political system, and that continues really today. The governments centralized power and imposed monolithic concepts of unity and suppressed diversity and participation in governance, leaving many citizens disempowered, marginalized, and disenfranchised. The emphasis was on the creation of the new sovereign states, and the dominant consensus was to aggregate power in a centralized authority. And we can all attest to results of those approaches. And we must remember that colonial systems were authoritarian, and all the new nations of Africa inherited from their former colonizers a legacy of authoritarian political structures. The independence constitutions were imposed on existing authoritarian structures. Actually, it's quite interesting in the development of the independence constitution, the model that was used was the same for Ghana, for Zambia, for Kenya. Is what is called the Lancaster model, because it was developed in Lancaster House, which was the colonial office. And accordingly, the administrative and institutional structures inherited were such as were needed for the effective exercise of unaccountable authority by the state. Because the state that we're inheriting was unaccountable, and the structures it had was to reinforce that. And taking them over cannot produce a new state unless you really address what you are inheriting. It was designed to produce a certain result, and it doesn't matter who takes them over. If you maintain the structures, they will produce the same result. The colonial system also meant the superimposition of a new political order without considering local conditions. Indigenous political systems that existed before colonial rule were either destroyed or radically modified. This resulted in the general disengagement of the majority of the population from participation in the governance structures. Chiefs and their councils became subject to the authority and direction of district commissioners or other colonial agents, rather than to the will of the people. The people were not permitted to take any initiative in governance. One of the worst legacies of colonial rule is the fact that it left a psychological aftermath which breeds inertia in people and encouraged them to leave everything to government. And I think we all can attest to that kind of, psychological, aftermath of colonialism, that in most of our countries, there's an overdependence on government. Just everything must be as dictated by government. And I think that's also a major inheritance, in my view, from the colonial system. So without the active participation of people in the governance of a country, it is impossible to conduct the required tasks of national building and development. How can you achieve development when people are not actively participating in government? A number of African states are today under pressure to revisit and rewrite the inherited constitutions with the objective of transforming the colonial state into a constitutional order that is responsive to the needs of the people. This wave of constitutional making is associated with democratization and deepening democracy. The process seeks to address fundamental institutional crises, as well as establishing democracy state structures. The South African Constitution has been very instrumental and is considered to be a model. In many of the processes that I've participated in, it's like a document that's shared by all the delegates to see an example of a model constitution. And I say this really in all sincerity and conviction. The South African Constitution is a departure from the colonial legacy and sets the bar for many other countries engaged in constitutional making. It seeks to enhance participation, accountability, manage diversity, and constructively and promote peace, justice, human rights, human dignity, inclusivity, and democratic governance. It's established offices like the Public Protector to promote accountability, transparency, and service delivery. Additionally, it encourages devolution to bring power and decision-making closer to the communities. Further, it established institutional arrangements to support democracy, such as the Human Rights Commission, Gender Commission. In terms of rights, the 1966 Constitution goes beyond the traditional concepts of focusing on organs of government, separation of powers, and the protection of political and civil rights to include social and economic rights. And today, anywhere in the world, when you're studying socio-economic rights, South African cases, good book cases, treatment action cases, are all studied all over the place because it has provided leadership in this area, really. And in today's constitutions that are being debated or being made in Africa, you just have to look at the Kenyan Constitution, for example, in 2010, you'll find that a lot of it is actually, copy from the South African Constitution, if I may use that word. And it's also interesting that many of the personnel involved in the development of these constitutions are the same people. For example, it may surprise you that the final draftsman of the Kenyan constitution in 2010 was actually the Canadian who was the final draftsman of the constitution here in South Africa. So you have a lot of interaction going on, knowledge that has been developed here, spreading and playing a positive role in the development of new constitutions. And I think there is growing realization that the state has a vital role to play in the provision of basic services, such as the areas of health, education, and basic necessities like water and electricity. The Constitution recognizes that the provision of social and economic rights as foundational for the provision of social goods, the realization of social justice, and preservation of the environment. Crafting a constitution in any country is a major exercise. Since the revolution in France and the United States, constitutionalism has played an ever-increasing role in nation building and in the establishment of the rule of law. The development of the 1996 Constitution attests to the significance civil society and the general population attaches to a constitution-making process. It also demonstrates their commitment to democracy, national reconciliation, and political development. As far as the Constitution articulates the vision of a new society, defines the fundamental principles by which the country is to be organized, and redistributes power within the country, it can play a significant role in the consolidation of peace and promotion of development. The South African constitution-making process showed the world that to maximize the chances of developing a constitution that works and is acceptable to the people, the process of developing the constitution is as important as its content. Although constitution-making processes are always context-driven, lessons from Namibia, South Africa, and now, of course, Kenya suggest that such factors as effective public participation, transparency, inclusiveness in the process are crucial to the development of a constitution that is durable, legitimate, and is accepted by all. The process must be governed by clear legal framework which entrenches these values. And here I'm reminded by the answer that the late Justice Mohammed of South Africa made when he was asked that, how do you measure a successful constitution? And he said that when the people look into the constitution, they must say, oh yeah, it's talking to me. So they can see that it's actually addressing their concerns. And that actually is a true measure, I think, of success. Now, there are, of course, many other concerns. The concern today in Africa is over executive power. It's a common theme in most constitutional conversations in Africa. The most striking feature of the presidency in African states is its extensive powers and consequent dominance of national political systems. A serious search of constitutional arrangements that deepen democracy must respond to the need to decentralize power by national level government to local communities. Devolution, in addition to bringing governance closer to the people, can, if appropriately structured, operate as a check on the concentration of power in the center. Devolution is also an attempt to address an equal distribution of wealth and development opportunities in over-centralized state structures, and an attempt to solve political conflicts by providing political accommodation for the different factions and groups in multi-ethnic countries. However, it must be observed that the enhancement of political participation and accountability structures requires truly independent government institutions to make distinct regional politics choices for the people. South Africa in the apartheid era lacked institutional arrangements that promoted inclusiveness, and legitimate accountability. Mindful of the past, the 1966 Constitution provides that the constitutional order is founded on values of human dignity, achievement of equality, non-racialism, non-sexism, and is also founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. The Constitution itself establishes an open society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, as well as proclaim that the country belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity. The accommodation of differences is achieved within a liberal democratic framework through the constitutional entrenchment of such notions as the rule of law, equality of citizens, equality before the law, the protection of civil and political rights, social and economic rights, and cultural and linguistic rights. They do this by conferring upon the courts and watchdog institutions the power to mediate competing claims of rights by individuals, and the state and the power to evaluate the constitutionality of government policies and practices. The courts and watchdog institutions examine legislative measures in the context of the civil, political, cultural, and linguistic rights guaranteed by the Constitution. A key component, in my view, of any democratic constitution is the promotion of the respect of the rule of law. The supremacy of the Constitution defines the commitment of South Africa to the principle of rule of law and supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law over all institutions to strengthen and consolidate constitutional democracy, the rule of law, and a culture of accountability. The South African Constitution provides for independent state institutions. These, as you all know, include the rights commissions, the gender commissions, as I mentioned earlier on. And these institutions operate as a further check on state conduct to its citizens. The South African Constitution provides for, as I pointed out earlier, devolution. This is an important aspect also of really devolving power to people and also enabling other centers of power which might, in fact, operate as a check on the center. Regions can allow local communities to manage a substantial degree of their own affairs and thereby forestall a feeling of inclusiveness. It ensures a measure of autonomy for the various provinces in the country, thereby ensuring accommodation of local communities that is a desirable approach for unity and diversity. The trend in the African Constitution towards the evolution of power to sub-national structures and local communities reflects the political evolution towards more democratic, inclusive, and participatory forms of government. It is premised on the fundamental belief that human beings can govern themselves in peace and dignity in pursuit of their collective well-being once they are entrusted with control of their own destiny through medium of popular local democratic constitution. In economic terms, devolution permits governments to match the provinces of local public goods and services with the preference of participants. Now, South Africa contains, as we mentioned earlier on, a comprehensive Bill of Rights. The rights and liberties enshrined in the Bill of Rights may be limited only in terms of law of general application to the extent that the limitation is reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society. Taking into account all relevant factors, including the nature of the right, the importance of the purpose of limitation, relations between the limitation and its purpose, and the less restrictive means to achieve the purpose. The right to form and join trade unions is specifically mentioned in the South African Constitution. Every citizen is guaranteed the right to participate in governance directly or through freely chosen representative. In a departure from the independence constitutional models, the South African Constitution goes further than political rights, and it includes, as we saw, the social and economic rights. This is a trend that's being followed all over Africa, and not only, I would say, Africa, but including countries like Colombia. If you look at the constitutional court decisions in Colombia, you see how closely they admire the South African system. Such rights include, the right to the environment, access to land, housing, healthcare services, education, food, and water, and the right to social security benefits and children's right to the inclusion of social and economic rights is justifiable rights in an attempt to introduce substantive element to these rights, not merely a procedural one. The government is constitutionally obliged to ensure progressive realization of rights. South Africa is now, without doubt, the leading source of jurisprudence on social and economic rights. Now, beyond the development of constitutional standards, citizens in African countries are demanding that governments live up to constitutional norms contained in the new constitutions. The well-known late Kenyan academic rightly pointed out that Africans no longer want constitutions without constitutionalism. Unifying all the elements of the juridical quest of legitimacy are the demands for the existence of legal barriers to government arbitrariness, defined as the absence of legal authority for acts done and a demand for procedural safeguards, especially during trials where individuals alleged to be in conflict with the law. It seems that governance in all its actions is bound by rule of law, by rules fixed and announced beforehand, rules which make it possible to foresee with some degree of certainty how authority will use its coercive power in given circumstances, and thereby allow communities and individuals to plan their affairs on the basis of this knowledge. The mark of good governance consists above all in its effect in nurturing and promoting the best qualities in people, the habits of obedience to government as the constitutional authority, its laws and its interposition in the settlement of disputes, and the redress of grievances, tolerance of political, ethnic, and other differences, the habits of integrity, probity, fairness, self-restraint, and discipline in the conduct of social relations and public affairs, the spirit of enterprise, hard work, self-reliance, and inventiveness in the pursuits and activities of life, and the quality of public spiritedness and patriotism in matters affecting the interests of the community. The best form of government is that which fosters such qualities in the people as the initiative and inventiveness, and which tends to further improvement in the overall intellectual and moral qualities in the populations. The success of government, in part, depends on such qualities, especially in terms of maintaining and promoting economic development and the well-being of society. It's good qualities of the people that supply the motivation for force that works the machinery of government. And it's important here to realize that we have to work on these values because they are not matters you can legislate. You cannot legislate tolerance. You cannot legislate fairness. It is cultures that we must promote in our communities. The rule of law and democratic governance, therefore, entails primarily a government that lives up to its responsibilities by ensuring the effective delivery of public goods and services, the maintenance of law and order, and the administration of justice. In addition, it involves the creation of an efficient and dynamic market that secures economic growth and prosperity, as well as vibrant civil society, which facilitates interaction between the state and economic and social actors within the state. Governments are organized around institutions that engage in the delivery of goods and services and ensure government accountability to citizens. However, institutional effectiveness and accountability are in good governance and the rule of law, are central, to good governance and the rule of law. Without effective, accessible, and responsible institutions that are undergirded by sustained constitutional structures and behavioral norms that guide the actions of decision makers, political representation and all its attributes is not sustainable. Weak and unproductive and unaccountable public institutions have been responsible for the failure of governance and general economic decline in much of Africa today. Transparency is an inbuilt modus operandi in the conception of democracy. It relies on the free flow of information, processes, and access to institutions. For there to be effective transparency, institutions and information have to be accessible to those concerned with them, and enough information has to be provided to enable citizens to understand and monitor them. Watchdog institutions have a heavy responsibility in developing a culture of understanding of and receptiveness to human rights concerns that extend to people at work, at school, in families, and in public life, including government officials, parliamentarians, and members of the security forces. A key factor in ignorance of human rights is ignorance of human rights by both law enforcement officers and their victims. This suggests a great need for public awareness of human rights and the role of watchdog institutions. Watchdog institutions can fulfill these functions effectively in states that do not have some level of democratic governance. A watchdog institution will find it extremely difficult to function in a state without a democratic system of checks on the executive power, where real independence for the ruling power is not possible, and where human rights and the rule of law are not respected in practice. By contrast, as democratic governance in a state deepens and matures, any national human rights institution established within the state should experience more conducive environment for operational effectiveness. Maximizing the independence of the institution from governance is important for effectiveness. Independence requires that the heads of national institutions be appointed in manners that give them independence from influence, or control by the arm of government that the institution is designed to investigate. The executive or administrative branch that could influence its activities. Independence of the institution is enhanced by giving the head of the institution security of tenure and the institutional freedom in matters such as the investigation, reporting process, the burden, and the hiring of personnel. Accountability to the public can be enhanced through actions such as making sure, of course, annual reports are distributed widely to the public and ensuring that there is a regular flow of communication between the institution and the complainant during an investigation and the entire process. It is extremely important to appoint individuals to head watchdog institutions that have the expertise, integrity, credibility in the eyes of both the government and the population. The strength of character and the courage needed to operate effective watchdog institutions should not be underestimated. Political and government support must be given to the institutions, its work, and its recommendations. A responsive and responsible government is crucial to the effectiveness of watchdog institutions. If the work and recommendations of the institutions are ignored or unreasonably criticized by government, the effectiveness of the institution will suffer. The accessibility factor requires that the agencies charged with the promotion and protection of human rights and good governance be accessible to the population they are designed to protect, addressing such issues as public knowledge and the institution of physical location and diversity composition of leadership of such institutions. To promote effectiveness, there is a need for institutions to be decentralized so that population can access them. A good example of this is the Human Rights Commission in Ghana, which has decentralized to regional levels. The institutions must be representative, especially with respect to gender. They must also evolve effective service delivery mechanisms for service delivery to the poor. While it is agreed that courts have a critical role to play in enforcing human rights and constitutionalism, the courts are often expensive and difficult to access. It is widely acknowledged that the performance of the judiciary is hampered by the shortage of both human and operational resources. In most jurisdictions, courts are congested and are perceived as slow in their disposal of cases that are brought before them. These difficulties tend to undermine the public confidence in the ability and suitability of the courts as forums for the protection of human rights and the advancement of the rule of law. In conclusion, I would like to say that in a democratic state, the Constitution establishes parameters of state power and the scope of citizens' rights and responsibilities. It is, I think as we all agree, the supreme law against which state conduct may be measured or declared unlawful. At the core of a democratic political environment, therefore, are the overriding constitutional rules that govern state conduct and power. Deepening democracy and constitutionalism will require continued promotion of structural changes to institutions that promote accountability, participation, and transformation of governance in Africa. Political participation should not be limited to elections, but be promoted throughout the governing process. There is a critical need to strengthen the human institutional capacity of the courts or the watchdog institutions and other government agencies to improve their operational effectiveness. it is imperative that there be a wide and popular dissemination of information about their activities, about human rights, and the mechanism available for the protection of rights and promotion of accountability in the governance of the rule of law. While these constitutional protections that every citizen enjoys equally, their civil and political rights under the law, such protection depends on the ability of citizens to assert the use of these rights. Empowering citizens to exercise their civil and political rights must therefore also be in the context of government's responsibility to tackle poverty and create sustainable livelihoods and promote civil education. In the end, to me, the success of the project to promote inclusivity, accountability, and participation in government is inexplicably linked to the eradication of poverty that undermines the capacity of institutions and citizens to promote good governance. The transformation of African governance practices into inclusive and democratic governance cannot be sustained unless the economic conditions in African countries improves. On the question of whether the South African Constitution has delivered on its promise, I think it's actually the incorrect question to ask. In my view, no constitution implements itself. There is no law anywhere in the world that is self-executing. It is the framework for governance. And what matters is the ability of the government and the various institutions set up under the conditions to develop policies to actualize the promises of the Constitution. It is up to us, the people, to insist that, in fact, the Constitution delivers what it promises. It cannot self-implement itself. The development, and this can actually be also illustrated by the fact that, some countries, we all assume that all countries in the world have constitutions, but actually there are quite a number of countries that don't have constitutions at all, and yet are obviously doing very well economically. And here, I, of course, would be referring to New Zealand, for example. It has no constitution. And also the UK, as you know, doesn't have a written constitution. But that, I think, shows that in the end, the economic policies, the eradication of poverty, the empowering of people is what actually drives good governance. Now, here, of course, I'm not advocating that a constitution is no use. No. For new states, it's imperative, of course, to have those arrangements. Now, continuing on the South African issue, on the question whether South African constitution has delivered, as I say, no constitution implements itself. It's a framework for governance, and that matters is the ability of the government and various institutions set up under the constitution to develop policies to actualize the promises of the constitution. The development challenges of South Africa are tied to deeper historical and structural realities that continue to shape South African society. South African challenges lies in restructuring in order to bring about transformation. Under the apartheid system of government, it was exclusion, dispossession, and control of every aspect of life. And this, of course, produced long-term inequality, division, and social fragmentation. The constitutional system changed, as we all agree, under the 1996 Constitution. The structural inequalities in South Africa under apartheid needed laws to create them. They do not need laws to continue because they are entrenched in the society. You now need laws to actually restructure those structures. The unequal structures that sustain the inequality still exist, and unless reformed will continue to deliver inequality, because this is what they were created for. and that's the only thing they can deliver. This means that we need policies and programs that address structural legacies left by apartheid and left by colonialism. So with those remarks, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the constitutional developments in South Africa and also occasionally referring to what's happening elsewhere in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Munandulo, for delivering this profound and intellectually enriching keynote address this morning. And we just want to thank you also for making the time to be here all the way from the United States. Can we also give him another round of applause? And your reflections have also challenged us to think critically about both the achievements and the unfinished work of constitutional democracy. And I think I have some takeaway as well that constitutions don't implement themselves. They really depend on us as the people. So from your discussion also, I picked up that we have a good progressive model of a constitution as a country. Can we clap hands for ourselves? I think the imagination of a South African society as documented in that document is a noble one. And we also thank those who came before to think of us in this way. And I also take note that you said African constitutions are anchored on the Lancaster model. And I have been listening here. And you say they were designed to produce and maintain the colonial structure. And that's why they keep on producing the same results. And you also said to us, colonial governance also left us with a psychological aftermath, a form of inertia. It leaves us vulnerable to be over-reliance on government. And I think these are very critical, important points that we also need to interrogate. There is too much over-dependency on government as well. And also, you say to us, Professor Mnandulo, that the success of this constitution is also the ability to give us a form of inclusivity and participation in South Africa, and that can be seen and should be modeled by other countries. But nonetheless, we are still having problems, and our problems, many of them are still deeply tied to deeper historical and structural issues that have shaped this country. And I think this is where we will transition and try to unpack in the coming panel. I'm going to give you a short comfort break. Let's congregate at 12 o'clock. We now move into our first panel discussion, which interrogates the constitutional promise 30 years later and asks the important question, Quo Vadis, where to from here? To facilitate this important conversation, we are privileged to have Professor Tshepo Madlingozi, who is the commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission and one of South Africa's leading public intellectuals on constitutionalism, justice, and transformation. For over 10 years, he worked with Kulumani Support Group, a social movement advocating for reparations, redress, and sustainable reconciliation, serving as advocacy coordinator and later chairperson. He has been a consultant to local an intergovernmental organization, including the Pan-African Parliament and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. He is an extraordinary professor at the Faculty of Law, Stellenbosch University, an adjunct professor with the chair for critical studies in higher education, transformation at Nelson Mandela University, a visiting professor at the International Institute of Social Studies of Erasmus University, Rotterdam, and a faculty member at the Vienna Master of Arts in Applied Human Rights. He's a co-editor of Symbol or Substance, Socio-Economic Rights in South Africa, published by Cambridge, and Introduction to Law and Legal Skills in South Africa, second edition, published by Oxford University. Distinguished guests, let's welcome Professor Madingozi, who's going to be taking over here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me first start by thanking our host, the Parliament of South Africa, led by Honorable Didiza. Let me greet Excellency Thabo Mbeki, the Vice Chancellor of Unisa, as well as all the guests. I stand on established protocol. We are an hour behind time, so we have to manage time. So I will truncate both the bios as well as my remarks. In fact, I won't make any opening remarks. We've got 4 fantastic speakers. The title of this panel is The Constitution and the South African Promise 30 Years On, Qui Vadis. Of course, Qui Vadis is Latin for where are we going? Which direction? EP Indlela. So the aim of this panel really is not to regurgitate critiques of the Constitution, the pitfalls of the Constitution, but really to hone in on the subject of this panel. Where are we going? In the next 30 years, how do we interpret, assert, and implement the Constitution in a way that will take us towards a transformed society? A constitution here understood, of course, as a legal instrument, but also as a framework, a vision, a social compact for a new society. In my language, we say the constitution ke molaotheo, a foundational law. So have we used the constitution to found a truly post-colonial, post-apartheid society? This capacious notion of Africanness that President Thabo Mbeki spoke about. In the next 30 years, how do we use this constitution, of course, a product of compromise, to stretch it, to use Frantz Fanon's formulation? How do we stretch this constitution for revolutionary ends? The revolution that we need to dismantle the power relations that make racism, patriarchy, homophobia, ableism possible. As I said, we've got 4 wonderful speakers. They will have only 6 minutes to make their remarks, and then we'll have a conversation. The first speaker will be a member of this House, the Member of Parliament, Unisa Will, who is an MP with the African National Congress. We then have Professor Meji Makhuba, who is a media and communication expert, a lecturer from the University of Limpopo. Professor Sandri Liebenberg from the University of Stellenbosch will follow after that. Professor Liebenberg was also a consultant during the constitution-making process. And then lastly, we'll have Professor Danny Brandt, who is the director of the Center for Human Rights at the University of the Free State, a professor interested in constitutional law, constitutional theory, as well as administrative law. We'll start with you, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. Let me start by acknowledging our former President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, and also the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Thoko Didiza. Let me also say it is particularly significant that today's dialogue is taking place during Africa Month ahead of Africa Day on Monday, as it provides an important platform to reflect not only on South Africa's constitutional journey over the past 30 years, but also on the broader African quest for democracy, human dignity, unity, social justice, and inclusive development. Africa Day is a reminder that despite colonialism, apartheid, exploitation, and division, Africa still stands and it will continue to stand and rise. As a young Black African parliamentarian seated in this house here in Parliament today, I'm reminded that the struggle for true liberation is not over, because a freedom without economic justice, social dignity, and equal opportunity remains incomplete. I was born into a generation that inherited freedom, but also inherited the responsibility to protect that freedom and deepen it and use it to transform the lives of the people across the continent. For my generation, the responsibility is not only to preserve the gains of democracy, but to advance them boldly. We need to confront inequality, unemployment, and poverty with the same courage and determination that characterized the liberation struggle. As a young South African, I still believe in the promise of this country. I believe our greatest heights are still ahead of us. But realizing that promise will require more than celebration. It will require action, accountability, and renewed commitment to building a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. The Constitution gave South Africans political rights, human dignity, equality before the law, and democratic participation. It really did lay the foundation for institutions that protect democracy and human rights, and it created a space for accountability and constitutional governance. But 30 years later, the central question confronting us is, has the constitutional democracy translated into meaningful socio-economic transformation for the majority of South Africans? So the question before us today is, where are we going with this constitutional democracy? That's what we should answer, because the freedom that we have today without economic inclusion does create frustration. And the democracy without any opportunity does breed disillusionment. And constitutional rights without material improvement does risk becoming abstract to those who remain excluded from the economy at their own country. Today, many young South Africans are asking difficult but legitimate questions. Why does inequality remain so entrenched? Why does race, geography, and class still determine life outcomes? Why do millions of young people remain unemployed despite being born into freedom? And why does poverty continue to coexist alongside enormous wealth? So these questions are really not a rejection of the Constitution. They are a call for the deeper implementation of the Constitution's transformative agenda. The South African Constitution was never intended to preserve inequality. It was intended to dismantle it. And the Constitution itself speaks of healing the divisions of the past and establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Therefore, we need to reach a next phase of our democracy, and we need to be part and parcel of building the next phase of our democracy, which must focus on economic justice, inclusive growth, youth empowerment, and a radical socio-economic transformation that will shift everyone's life in South Africa. For young leaders in Parliament, the task before us is not simply to defend the Constitution. It is to ensure that its promises become tangible in the lives of ordinary people. You know, we must really ask ourselves honestly, what does constitutionalism mean to a young graduate without employment? And what does dignity mean to a family without land or housing or any economic security? And what does freedom mean if millions remain trapped outside meaningful economic participation? The future and the sustainability of our democracy depends on whether constitutional democracy can deliver development and opportunity, and not only hope. our responsibility as leaders in parliament and also young leaders is not to abandon constitutional democracy, but to strengthen it and deepen it in various ways. It's very important for us to strengthen the democracy that we have and also ensure that it does translate into tangible outcomes that will benefit everyone. As I conclude, I think I'm almost done. As we must ensure that the Constitution evolves from being viewed only as a legal framework, but into becoming a living instrument for transformation. The Constitution must speak to the aspirations of young people in townships, rural communities, and working-class households. Therefore, the task of our generation is therefore not to inherit democracy passively, but we need to advance it courageously. The South African promise is still alive, but it requires renewal. But it requires ethical leadership, and it requires bold policy interventions. And above all, it requires leaders who are prepared to serve with integrity, discipline, and vision. Now, where to from here? The next 30 years must be defined by courageous leadership, economic inclusion, youth empowerment, and a developmental state capable of unlocking the potential of its people. The Constitution must not merely remain a document of rights, but it must become an instrument that really materially transforms the lives of every South African in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kumbata. Professor Makgoba, over to you.
Good afternoon. Is it still morning or is it afternoon? Good afternoon. I would like to stand on the protocol that is already established. Before I talk about where we can go as a country through the Constitution, I would like to establish the historical context of the Constitution or of South Africa. And I'm just going to start by reading what I think paints the great context of this country as a nation. And I'm just going to quote from Joel Mudiri, who says, South Africa is an unjust and unethical political formation and axiomatically racist polity predicated upon colonial conquest, slavery, and racial subjugation. The basic problem and the fundamental injustice of South Africa is that not identified in its laws, practices, and excesses of discrimination and segregation and violence, but rather its very founding as a European-created and European-dominated racial polity, a white dominion, a white man's country. As a political construct, South Africa was created and was created without and against the conquered peoples within its political territory. The native in this historical order was a mere subject of conquest under the state, but not part to it. I think this paints a great context for the outcomes and the consequences of South African Constitution and the re-establishment and continuation of the inequality that we have seen in the past 30 years. Merely because my understanding is that the Constitution serves as a framework for mediating South Africa's racial polity. In the process, detaching those problems from their political and historical context. So you have the problems here and you have the Constitution here. Instead of directly packaging the problems in their historical and political context, the Constitution became a mediator. In the process, depoliticizing South Africa, depoliticizing racial inequality, depoliticizing issues of conquest and issues of violence that stems from colonialism. So as a result, post-1994, the liberal and the democratic state has found in constitutionalism a way to rationalize and to forget the violence of the past. And that's a fundamental point, which is connected to the mechanisms and the processes of colonialism. Firstly, foundationally, when you established colonialism, it was based on conquest, the defeat of the natives and the defeat of the indigenous people. But when you look at the Constitution, it doesn't really deal with the macro structure of colonialism. It deals with specific issues of micro interactions between people in a society. And as a result, you are going to implement a constitution that is so celebrated in a system that naturally should actually reproduce inequality. So no matter how far and how much the constitution can be celebrated, as long as the political economic system of apartheid and colonialism remains intact, inequality in South Africa is going to remain. And these are some of the reasons. For instance, when you check the promises of democracy and the implementation of capitalism in South Africa, you see serious contradictions there. Democracy speaks left, and capitalism speaks right, which means that within this system, you have serious contradictions that cannot be reconciled, because in a democratic society, you must have equality, equal opportunity, and you must ensure that there's a fair distribution of resources. But the political economic system is not based on those principles and premises. It's actually based on over-accumulation and the destruction of the state. Because mostly in many democratic and constitutional democracies, the state is supposed to be at the center of driving economic distribution of resources. But neoliberal capitalism that actually also comes in form of imperialism does not allow the state to function and to discharge those responsibilities. If you check those responsibilities mostly, they are actually outsourced, because democracy would naturally require a functioning state. But in our context, you find that there is a systemic neglect of the responsibility of the state to end poverty, to end inequality, to end violence. And when you check, democratically, that's the aspiration. But when you look at the mechanisms of capitalism, actually that system, that moral and political decay actually works for the continuation of racial capitalism, which has actually also become another way of mediating the problems that I've identified. For instance, you have the issues of racial capitalism. What is the solution to address racial capitalism in South Africa? Let's integrate black people and minorities into the economic system that is already based on inequality. Secondly, you have racism. Instead of deracializing the society, we say post-racialism. We have the issues of patriarchy. Instead of dealing with patriarchy as a systemic and structural problem, we say, no, let's focus on numbers in society. Let's increase the number of women in boardrooms, but we leave the structure of patriarchy functional and powerful. We don't even touch it, and we deal with all these macro issues that deals with numbers and quotas and targets and so on. Then you have the issues of white supremacy. Have we dealt with white supremacy as a normative vision of society? The answer is no. White supremacy was simply privatized. The apartheid economic system that was functioning in this society to oppress black people was merely shifted to the private sector, in which white males in particular can enjoy excessive access to power in order to continue racial capitalism. And then you have ideas of imperialism. Have we dealt with imperialism? We haven't not. If you check, Africa's resources are still going abroad. We produce raw material, and we don't have actually direct benefit from those raw materials. And the solution to these issues collectively has been through what I call the distributive justice of them, distributive paradigm of justice, in which you have structural problems that require you to build strong institutions that would deal with how power is unequal. But instead of doing that, you look at the economic structural system and how unequal it is. You simply try to use the same structure to distribute resources. And naturally, that will definitely produce distributive inequality, because okay. So what we have seen since 1994, and I'm going to quote Goldberg, who summarizes what I've been trying to say. We have seen a neoliberal attempt to go beyond without fully coming to terms with racial histories There are accompanying racial inequalities, inequities. To mediate the racially classed and gendered distinction to which histories have been given rise without references to the racial terms of those distinctions, to transform via the negating of dialectics of denial, ignoring, and racially marked social orders into socially erased ones. So this talks up to the issue of simply depoliticizing history and the consequences of that history, and thinking that this constitution will sort of magically resolve all those issues. But fundamentally key to this issue is this mismatch of democracy and capitalism. And I want to briefly summarize John Galen, who says that there is an incompatibility in important aspects of economic and political systems. This is most prevalent in the case of mutually exclusive claims of capitalism and democracy. The collusion of economic and political elites with its potential for corruption is an attempt to overcome misfit, which simply means that as long as you are operating in a capitalist system, the ideals of the constitution are going to remain a very big task.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the Bill of Rights, as we've heard plenty of times this morning, is a holistic, integrated Bill of Rights which integrates civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. And this Bill of Rights really teaches us the lesson that was forged through centuries of struggle against colonialism and apartheid, that one cannot separate political freedom from economic freedom. The future, the quo vadis of South Africa's constitutional democracy ultimately depends on whether the people of this country can experience freedom as real and meaningful, particularly in terms of the material conditions of their lives. However, and this audience does not need reminding, the poverty and economic inequality and the racial inequalities that were referred to are a sad reminder of the huge gap between rights on paper and lived realities. In fact, the Vice-Chancellor of Unisa, Prof. Lenke Bula, referred to this as the chasm, not just the gap. And in the few bits of time remaining, I want to ask the question, are we looking hard enough and deep enough into this chasm to really understand why there is this chasm between rights on paper and the lived reality of people? This is a complex and multi-dimensional problem, but knowing that I would have many, many members of Parliament present today, I thought I would just focus on one aspect, which is the role of Parliament in closing this gap. And I would like to focus on three dimensions of Parliament's mandate under the Constitution: the lawmaking power to make legislation, the mandate to hold the executive to account for implementing legislation, and then Parliament's role, which is it's doing now, which is to fulfill its role as a forum for national debate and public participation. So how can those three roles contribute to closing this gap I've referred to? Well, the first situation, and I'll focus on my area of speciality, socioeconomic right, is identifying when there is a gap in legislation. So I give the example of the right to food and basic nutrition, which is enshrined in the Constitution. We know that this is a right that is, many people in the country go hungry. Many children, up to 30%, close to 30%, are suffering from stunting due to malnutrition. And the complexity of the right to food is such that it's spread across many different ministries, land, health, social development, and many others. It implicates the public and the private sector. It's very multidimensional. And yet we have no framework legislation on the right to food, which many experts and UN bodies tell us are absolutely critical to a realization of a complex and multifaceted right like the right to food. And I know that the Human Rights Commission, of which our chair is a very prominent member, has just concluded their national investigative hearing into food systems. And I don't want to anticipate their findings, but I imagine that one such recommendation might indeed be such framework legislation. In other areas, this is the second point, is that there may be legislation already in place. One thinks of the Housing Act or the Social Security Act or the plethora of land reform legislation. However, the problem lies with the implementation of that legislation. And this can be due to many varied factors, often in combination. So it could be that there are insufficient budgets to implement the legislation. It could be that, for example, there is very complex procedures between the three spheres of government where there are overlapping or unfunded mandates. There could be unclear procedures. And of course, there could be corruption and maladministration that impedes that realization. The result is that many people in the country experience long delays, administrative barriers, and dehumanizing processes in trying to access their rights. So where does Parliament come in here? Well, Parliament can serve a crucial role in using the mechanisms that are at its disposal to hold the executive to account for addressing these administrative barriers in accessing rights. So that's my second point. My third and final point is Parliament's role in facilitating public participation in the lawmaking process. This is not only important for deepening participatory democracy, but it is also crucial to ensure that legislation speaks to the real needs and circumstances of communities. And yet far too often we see the Constitutional Court declaring acts of Parliament which have been passed by Parliament invalid and unconstitutional because of serious defects in the public participation process. And I want to quote for you from a judgment of the Constitutional Court, Constance Mochali, and the Land Access Movement case versus the Speaker of Parliament, in which Justice Turan held, and this was the case where the Traditional Leader and Khoisan Leadership Act was declared invalid due to lack of proper public participation. And I quote from the judgment, open quotes, "This case is about the significance of participatory democracy for millions of South Africans who, for the most part, live far away from centers of power, in rural areas and in some of the poorest parts of our country. These are the people who have least access to power, wealth, and influence. This case is about their ability to participate in the making of law that governs virtually every aspect of their daily life, including access to land, basic service, and the rights to the benefits of the land upon which they live. So, in conclusion, Parliament has a critical role to play in closing the gap between rights on paper and people's lived realities, particularly for those with the least access to power, wealth, and influence. Fulfilling this mandate requires putting human rights at the center of all aspects of its mandates: lawmaking, accountability, and public participation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liebenberg. Professor Brandt, over to you.
Thank you. First, I wish to thank both the Thabo Mbeki Institute and the University of South Africa and the National Assembly for this invitation. I'm, of course, honored to be here, but I'm also grateful because your invitation has introduced me to two new colleagues, Professor Makgoba and Ms. Kumbaka, whom I have not met yet, but I'm sure I will afterwards. It has also given me the opportunity to interact with two colleagues and friends whom I've known for a very long time. Professor Liebenberg sitting next to me, I think we've known each other for about 30 years. And Professor Madlungozi, who I've known for almost 20 years in various different capacities. So thank you very much for that. The last time that I spoke before the National Assembly, it was called the Constitutional Assembly. It was not in this venue, it was obviously in a different venue quite close to here. And it was almost exactly 30 years ago when, as a young man fresh out of university, I presented on behalf of the University of Pretoria's Center for Human Rights a proposal to the Constitutional Assembly concerning the powers of the Human Rights Commission that was eventually enacted into the Constitution as its section 184.3, the section that requires the Constitution to monitor the realization by organs of state of socio-economic rights such as the right to food, water, housing, healthcare, etc., and to report annually to this body, to Parliament, on that. And I think it is serendipitous that I should today be here again with Professor Liebenberg, who was also involved in developing and later implementing that proposal, and with Professor Madlungozi, who now sits on the Commission as Commissioner and is himself involved in the implementation of Section 184.3 of the Constitution. Now, what does one say in 6 minutes? I'm going to say two things only and have one conclusion. The first thing concerns the debates that have been raging for the past 10 years or so about whether or not our Constitution is adequate to the task of transforming our country and whether we should amend the Constitution in important respects or in fact just abolish it and replace it with another or not replace it at all. Now, an interesting feature of this debate is that it is most often conducted in terms of polar opposites. One is either a complete constitutional pessimist who believes the Constitution is bad and that it, or at least significant portions of it, should go, or one is a complete constitutional optimist who believes our Constitution is the best Constitution in the world and that it can and will somehow magically solve all our problems and create the new, just, equal, and caring society that we wish for. What interests me about this is not the question on which side of the equation or which side of the equation is right and which is wrong. For the record, I don't believe our Constitution is the best Constitution in the world. What a silly notion, by the way, as if there was a World Cup of constitutions and ours won. And as if it matters at all whether our Constitution, our South African Constitution, is better than constitutions that we find elsewhere. But while I know that our Constitution is in many respects significantly flawed and could have been much better in inverted commas, I also don't believe that our Constitution is entirely bad and that it prevents or inhibits transformation. Quite the contrary. What troubles me instead about this polar opposite equation in the debate is that adopting either position, pessimist or optimist, distracts and deflects from the actual very hard and very difficult work to change our country for the better, to transform our country. If one is a complete constitutional optimist, then one doesn't think about and do this hard work because you believe the Constitution will do it for you. But if one is a complete constitutional pessimist, the same happens, perhaps in different ways. Then one runs the risk of continually postponing the hard work of transformation, of inhibiting oneself by thinking the Constitution is in the way of transformation, and transformation can only start once the Constitution is out of the way. We can think of the past 10 years of debate about the question whether or not Section 25 of the Constitution should be amended either to allow for so-called expropriation without compensation or state custodianship of land as an example. How much have we done over the past 10 years simply to see to it that our people get access to the land that was taken from them and that they need, while we were fixated on this question whether Section 25 of the Constitution should be amended or not. And we remain fixated with that question. Rather than focusing on the Constitution as either the absolute embodiment of transformation or an absolute impediment to it, is it not better to take the Constitution as it is, warts and all, and use it to do the work of transformation ourselves? That's my first point. The second is a related point, and it has to do with this notion that I strongly believe in, that our Constitution is transformative. Now, sometimes the temptation is there to say that to regard the Constitution as transformative means that the Constitution is transformation, either in the sense that it declares our country as already transformed, or in the sense that it will transform our country. That assumption then often leads to accusations that the Constitution is either lying, our country is manifestly not yet transformed, or that it has failed. It has not succeeded to transform our country. What, for example, does it mean when the Constitution says in its preamble that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity? Does it mean that already South Africa actually belongs to every person who lives in it in concrete terms, and that we are actually united in our diversity? Does it mean that the Constitution is the thing that is going to achieve that? I would say we have to understand the notion that our Constitution is a transformative document in an aspirational sense. In other words, the Constitution contains our aspirations. When it says in the preamble that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, it says in principle, South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And then it proceeds to require us in the first place as a matter of law, but also to enable us through providing the power to do so, both to this body and to the state more generally, but also to private citizens such as myself, to achieve that transformation. So read it in this aspirational sense. And that brings me then to my conclusion, which is the following. Paradoxically, at the time that we are rightly and properly celebrating the Constitution 30 years after its enactment, I wish to call for less focus on the Constitution. We have a Constitution. While not perfect or the best in the world, it requires and enables us to transform our country toward justice, equality, and true freedom. Let it, warts and all, now remain in the background, which is its proper place, while we get on with the job the Constitution requires us to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Can you hear me? It's not working. Can we give them another round of applause, please? We have about 10 minutes. I don't want to infringe on your Section 27. You know what is Section 27? You see, I'm testing constitutional literacy here. The right to food. I don't want to infringe on your right to food. Thank you so much for those reflections. Just one question for each speaker. Honorable member, you mentioned political will, that it is about ethical, capable leadership that will help us realize the constitutional promise. But we are in a situation where a lot of young people have this sense of despair. 46% unemployment. A lot of them are boycotting voting. They're not voting in elections. So the question there is, it's not enough to say we have a best constitution, own the constitution. In this sea of despair and poverty, how do we motivate young people? So, yes, it is about leadership, but it's also about the lived reality of young people. How do we motivate young people in that context of despair? And then, Professor Makgoba, you spoke about the Constitution being a depoliticizing document. But of course, as all the speakers have mentioned, the Constitution is a political document. It talks about politics of transformation, transformative constitutionalism. Now, of course, in academia, there's this debate between, number one, constitutional abolition. Let's abolish the Constitution, on the one hand. Then there's another extreme that talks about radical amendments to the Constitution. So my question to you is, where do you lie in this debate? Constitutional abolition, and what is a post-conquest constitution according to you? How would it look like? Because there's also a danger that when we critique the Constitution, we are saying we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's critique. So is it about radically amending the Constitution? The Constitution as it is does not talk about apartheid, it does not talk about colonialism. Is it about including that? The Constitution does not talk about reparation. Is it about including that, or is it about another form of Constitution? In fact, during the negotiations of the Constitution, there was a debate whether the Constitution must refer to an economic model. Should we say this Constitution's economic model is socialist, is mixed economy, is liberal, but that was excluded. Where do you stand there? And then, of course, Professor Liebenberg, you mentioned the role of Parliament. But of course, Parliament must also be held accountable. Parliament has failed to pass a number of critical legislation. So, for example, Section 27 says there must be legislation on food, the right to food. Parliament has not done that. Section 25, Professor Brandt, Parliament needs to pass legislation on land reform. Parliament has not done that. We've got PEPUDA, the Equality Act, which came into force, which was promulgated 26 years ago, but is still not yet fully in force. The Equality Act, and so forth and so forth. But secondly, Parliament is functioning in a sea of dysfunctionality from a number of state institutions, especially municipalities. So you can have good laws, you can have a good cause, you can even get good judgments. But if your municipalities, your state institutions are dysfunctional, that won't help. So how do we square that circle? And then lastly, of course, Professor Brandt, it's unfair to say it's either optimism or skepticism. In our work as a Human Rights Commission, we speak to a number of young people and a lot of social movements who say, what has the Constitution done for me? So this danger of constitutional illegitimacy, where people say, for me to get a house, I'm going to burn down a clinic. For my child to go to school, I'm going to bribe someone. So I won't use constitutional channels. This danger of constitutional illegitimacy, how do we deal with that? So those are just questions, 2 minutes each, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Prof. I think, I think and I believe that the greatest mistake we can make is to speak, about young people as if they are the problem, when in fact they are victims of a structural inequality, and unemployment. And I think, young people are very ambitious, but what is lacking is not the ambition, but it's opportunity. So, words are not enough. When you say, how do you motivate young people? No, words are not enough. It's opportunity that will motivate young people. But we need to restore, and the only way we can restore their confidence is by restoring the confidence in the democratic project itself. So I think we really need to ensure that our democracy does produce visible change, and that is opportunity. And opportunity, of course, does translate and also tackle the unemployment crisis. So I think young people really want to be heard and included in the system. So we really need to ensure that those opportunities do reach them in every corners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful question. I don't have a direct position. Firstly, my analysis is that the political economic system and how it is established historically, socially, and politically and culturally must inform how the state or other society, aspects of society are running. That's the basic thing. Because my understanding is that if you still have settler-colonial relationship in South Africa, relationship in existence, and you just sort of put democracy on top, or you put the constitution on top, you're just simply doing a makeup. You're not fixing the problem. And I think fundamentally, we need to deal with political and substantive issues of justice. What are they? And then come up with a model that is going to work for society. Basically, here we're calling for an Azanian traditional way of doing things, in which we need to deal with issues of political sovereignty. We need to deal with critically with issues of land ownership. We need to deal with the symbolic political formation of society as a whole and come up with a model for that, because all these other things, the focus becomes critical on the constitution and you ignore all other social relations in society, the chances are the constitution was going to be sidesteps. For instance, in this society, neoliberalism has a tendency of usaging the democratic decisions. You as a country can make a decision, this is what we're going to do, and the markets have anxiety. And you eventually have to backtrack on the decision because the economic and political system does not necessarily allow an effective implementation of the constitution. So what needs to happen is that there has to be an Pan-Africanist way of radically changing the constitution in the sense that it is aligned with African visions of society. So basically the starting point would be, what sort of South Africa do you want to build? And what sort of framework using the constitution that would create comply with that? Because the moment you have a mismatch, there are going to be tensions, and there are going to be these contradictions that are keep on coming back eventually, because inequality, for instance, is a system of economic and political institutions. It's not something that falls from the sky. It's how institutions in society collectively produce particular results. And when you leave this institution the way they are, their logics or capitalist logics, and you don't tamper with that, and you hope that if you put this constitution here, you'll have different results, it's not going to happen. So it is importantly having a strong political economic system that aligned with the majority in this country.
Thank you, Professor Madlongozi. How to hold Parliament accountable. I think the first point I would want to make is that it's ultimately the people whose responsibility it is, through mobilization and organizations. So whether it's the land access movements, the rural women's movements, the groups that are forming around the right to food, that can pressurize. It's a form of people's accountability, Parliament represents the people, and they are the ultimate body to whom Parliament must be accountable. Obviously, the Chapter 9 institutions have an important role, your commission, and as a last resort where rights are being infringed, the courts are obviously also an important accountability mechanism. And then you made the very important point, you used the example of local government and the dysfunctionality at many local governments, which results in serious service delivery failures, people waiting for years for clean water, using rivers, etc. And that is exactly where I think Parliament's law-making role comes in, and I believe that is being done in a law reform process, looking at the whole system of intergovernmental relations, the sustainability of our whole system of local government, how to reconfigure it, because definitely the current model is not delivering to the people, and I do understand that that is on Parliament's agenda. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mwalangosi, for, as you always do, asking in the first place exactly the right, and in the second place, for that reason, a very difficult question. And as I always do when I answer your questions, my first answer is I don't know. I don't know what to say to that youth, because I'm not in the position that they find themselves in, which is an extremely precarious and an extremely devastating position to find yourself in. So I don't know what to say to that person, to persuade them that they are a part of this society and that they are regarded in this society and that they belong in this society. What I do know is what not to say to them, and that is two things. The first thing is to say to them, what is going to solve your problems is to amend the Constitution or to abolish the Constitution and replace it with another, because that would be a lie. It is going to change nothing in the position of that person if we change, whether it is Section 25 of the Constitution or another portion of the Constitution, or if we abolish the Constitution and replace it with another, or go for a system of constitutional supremacy. It's not going to affect their position at all. So that's one thing not to say to them. But I'm afraid I cannot answer your question as to what to say to them. The problem of constitutional illegitimacy is an enormous problem and a pressing problem in South Africa, but a problem that we have to some extent brought on ourselves, all of us sitting together in this room, by our incapacity to transform our country over the last 30 years when we had the power to do so. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking our speakers, and I think we'll break for lunch now. Thank you so much.
Speaker, there's a hand. Speaker,
I hear that you have the hands. There's no hands, but
Speaker,
Speaker.
Speaker,
Speaker.
on a point of order.
There's no Madam Speaker, sorry. We want someone who is going to announce the break, because the shops where we are going to eat are closing soon.
Chairperson of the
It's
session.
Friday. Point of order.
Chairperson of the session. There's a hand here. Please, can you recognize us?
No, we are not opening up for questions. We are breaking because we are pressed with time where we must eat. To apologize for the long way to food. It was a long walk to food, and we didn't even know where it was. So let me apologize, because the ushers, because of the rain, obviously, They were not able to stand on the way for us, but we managed to get there. So people will just join us as we start and continue now. At this point in time, to help us draw together the rich threads emerging from this morning's discussion, we now invite one of South Africa's foremost voices on constitutional democracy, ethical leadership, and social justice, Professor Thuli Madonsela, who is the director for the Center for Social Justice in the Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University, where she occupies the Law Trust Chair Professor of Law in Social Justice Studies. She teaches constitutional law, social justice, admin law, constitutional governance, and ethical leadership. So she's just the right person to speak to us. And she's also the former public protector of South Africa and full-time commissioner in the South African Law Reform Commission. Professor Madonsela is also a member of the African Academy of Sciences and the Scottish WS Society. And she has helped draft several international human rights instruments at UN, AU, and SADC level, and country reports as well. She's the author of 2 books, Gender Mainstreaming, which was published in 2002, and Gender Management, also in 2002. And she's the co-author and architect of the inaugural benchwork for equality courts and resource book for equality court clerks. Distinguished guests, let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Madonsela.
Thank you, Professor Paswana. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. A special greeting to our host, Madam Speaker Togo Didiza, our leader, former President Thabo Mbeki, the leadership of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Minister Bantu Holomisa, members of Parliament, Vice Chancellor Lee Ngabula, and other leaders of Unisa. Esteemed colleagues, fellow speakers, and participants. I thank you for the privilege to address this joint colloquium, which enables us to reflect on 30 years of our Constitution in the context where we are also commemorating 50 years of June 16 and 70 years of the Women's March of 1956. We also 2 days or 3 days away from celebrating Africa Day. I've been asked to speak about the Constitution, social justice, and ethical leadership. In his article titled The Fragility of Rights, the late Chief Justice Arthur Chaskalson states that obsequious and servile spirits are worst guardians of people's rights. This is a quote from an English lawyer and political writer. This came to mind as I listened to the compelling presentations and speeches presented by my colleagues and leaders this morning. What emerged from the colleagues and leaders is clearly that, yes, both the country and the continent have moved, and clearly today is better than yesterday in some respects. But pretty much everyone who spoke, from the speaker, the vice chancellor, our keynote speaker, Prof. Dulo, And the panel that spoke just before me, it was clear that we haven't done as well as those who dreamt about a better South Africa and a better Africa expected us to have done 30 years into democracy. So the question that arises is, why haven't we done as much as we've done? Well, Chaskowson would argue that maybe, just maybe, we've been obsequious and servile, but servile to what? Servile to old law principles? Servile to the international order? What really has hamstrung us? Well, the speakers this morning suggested two possibilities, or even three. Some said the problem lies with the Constitution, that it is not fit for purpose. And this is the case whether we're talking about the South African Constitution or we're talking about African constitutions. The second view was its implementation. And I think Prof. Sandy, my colleague from Stellenbosch University, was very strong on that its implementation. And she focused on Parliament, but the question would be, can we look at Parliament, look at the executive, look at business, and look at civil society the way the United Nations does? It looks at everyone. And ask ourselves, is that the problem? And then there were others who, like the keynote speaker and others who suggested really the problem is both the wording of the Constitution and implementation. So I'm here to talk to you about the Constitution, social justice, and ethical leadership. I must disclose up front that I stand with the middle that says, with the benefit of hindsight, there are things we could have done better in the Constitution. But having worked at Stellenbosch University on social justice for the last 10 years and having spent a year at Harvard studying precisely what went wrong, and having worked with young people at the Tuma Foundation, I've come to the conclusion that leadership, values-based leadership, has been one of our key problems. So it's been leadership values and statecraft. And I'm going to go into that. And I'm not saying the Constitution itself doesn't need more improvement. I'm with Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, who says it is odd that we have a constitution that followed immediately after apartheid, but it doesn't mention apartheid. The Indian Constitution of 1950, which followed immediately after untouchability, talks about untouchability. The Irish Constitution of 1937 deals with, it confronts very specifically where Ireland moved from. And we said injustices of the past, maybe in retrospect, those injustices of the past could have been dealt with slightly differently and named properly. There's power in naming things. Those of us who work in the gender space understand that there's power in naming things. But also, what is missing there, just up front, is a sentence in former president and late President de Klerk. Whilst our Constitution says we recognize the injustices of the past and honor those who fought for justice, it doesn't state, as the Stellenbosch restitution statement says, that we also recognize the consequences of those injustices. So those are things we have to think about. But here's what Charles Colson says are the goals of our Constitution in his article titled The Fragility of Rights. So this statement he makes about those who are obsequious and servile, just timid spirits, so to speak, should not be guardians of people's rights. He says our Constitution has the following goals: heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. 2, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. 3, improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And finally, build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. So if we're judging the Constitution in terms of has it delivered on its own promises, and if we agree with former Chief Justice Arthur Chaskosem, would say it should have delivered on 4 things. Are we healing the divisions of the past by progressively becoming more democratic in everything we do? And democracy here doesn't just talk elections once in a year. Democracy includes, for example, the fact that Professor Tsepo Madlingozi said, we passed a law, and President Mbeki, I remember during your time, you pushed us with the Equality Act, and your government then ran out of time, and nothing was ever done with Chapter 5 of the Equality Act after that. So, but what is democratic about that is who decided not to implement the act? So the average person made sure that they elected people of their choice to Parliament. When they were invited to comment on the bill, they commented on the bill. And when there was an opportunity to send people to Parliament to come and talk about the bill, they did here. And I remember here, some members of the old National Party single me and Professor Guto and attacking us for including the promotion of equality part in the bill. But yet everyone who has spoken today, and yet everyone who speaks about South Africa, they always say we inherited an unequal society. How do you then come up with an act that only has anti-discrimination? Because anti-discrimination is when you occasionally treat people badly. So the only way you can handle a precondition of inequality is if you move full force to do that. Incidentally, 10 years later, England came up with a similar act, and they have implemented it. And that's why you see all kinds of people in power now in all kinds of institutions in England today. So from a democratic point of view, from a democratic values, I want you to ask yourselves, who gets undisclosed access to decision makers, whilst other people follow the disclosed democratic processes? And how do we stop those? In America, how did they stop those? Well, currently they're in trouble. Maybe they're not the best of examples, but they came up with something called sunshine laws. And Prof. Dilla spoke about the importance of democracy, of transparency and participation. So you only participate if you know what's going on and what are the consequences of what's going on. So they came up with sunshine laws that say everyone who exercises public power must disclose in their diary who they're going to meet with, what they're going to discuss, and what the outcome of that meeting is. So that would help us to know who's stopping the implementation of Chapter 5 of the Equality Act. Right now, we don't. We just know it's sitting there. And I think last year, the Department of Justice said it's about to be implemented, and then it just vanishes. The Human Rights Commission ordered the Department of Justice to implement Chapter 5 of the Equality. The president And I'm sad to say this because the president has come through for us on hunger, and he's leading the charge. But he told the United Nations that one of our laws that we're implementing is the Equality Act. We're not implementing an Equality Act, we're implementing an Anti-Discrimination Act because we have ignored the progressive promotion of equality. So it's almost like you're lying unintentionally. So public servants make sure that we implement the Equality Act so that when the president says we have an Equality Act that we're implementing, he's telling the truth. 26 years into democracy, so that's democratization. But the second part of it is social justice. Social justice is one of the oldest values in discussions about democracy. It emerged in the first half of the 19th century. And it was an economic issue. It was not social welfare. It was, if we produce social goods, that is the good things in society, we cooperate to do that. Why is it that some get 70 times more of the money or the wealth that comes from that? Now, that was Luigi Tapparelli inventing or coining the concept within Catholic social thought, and another Catholic scholar, Antonio, developed it further and brought it into social justice. So that's within Catholic social thought, but it is a legal concept because it was migrated into the international law by the Treaty of Versailles, and that's the treaty that founded the ILO in 1919. And since then, international law has mentioned it. Philadelphia Declaration in the mid-30s, the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in the 60s, and social instruments from the United Nations, such as the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development in 1995. But here's the important part, is South Africa is one of 60 constitutions that entrench social justice in their constitution, 60 constitutions. So what is social justice? John Rawls just described it as fairness to all. We describe it as the kind of fairness to all that deals with embracing the equal humanity of everyone, of every social group in society. That is social justice. It's in social sector, and that would be reflected in just, equitable, and fair distribution of all opportunities, resources, benefits, privileges, and burdens in a society. Again, going back to John Rawls, it's a distributive concept about how do we distribute evenly or fairly the burdens of living together and the benefits of living together. Now, it was embraced in South Africa, and as Charles Cassin mentions, the Constitution is aspirational, so it imposed a transformative duty on our state. And in this very same article, he talks about that it imposed a duty on everyone to operate transformatively, because the state we inherited, he mentions what O'Regan said. No one could mix the significance of the humanitic standard set. The values etched upon the court are not those that have informed our past. Our history is one of repression, not freedom, oligarchy, not democracy, apartheid and prejudice, not equality, clandestine, not open government. So those things like the Equality Act, Chapter 5, disappearing in the dark, is what Charles Cassin was saying. This is not what we signed up for. This is what O'Regan said we signed up for. So what did we sign up for? Langa J. and Muhammad, among others, Muhoro as well, They tell us in SSS Makwanyane that we signed for a society that is based on social justice, but the kind of social justice that is a dimension of Ubuntu. So in other words, we signed up to become a society that is founded on Ubuntu. And social justice is one of those pieces of what does a society that is based on Ubuntu look like. And I'm going to just quickly now go into the next part that the Constitution requires is human rights. And it's about equitable access and enjoyment of all human rights, not just the socio-economic rights, but all of them, but equally. Now, we are a better society in that most people have electricity. I think over 80% people have electricity. Over 80% now have water, running water. And most people who need education get it for free. I think the question we've got to ask ourselves when it comes to human rights is, what about the ones who are left behind? If social justice is one of the values that underpins who we are supposed to become, and it's part of a broader value system of Ubuntu, is it fair that sometimes we build the best of bridges that annoy our colleagues from Sweden when we're supposed to be meeting basic needs and becoming globally competitive? Should we sometimes say, no, this design is too far ahead, it would look beautiful, but it would take too much of our resources, and given the fact that we have a duty to ensure that everyone is within a flow of basic rights, let's cover everyone, because we've done well. I mean, under apartheid, those people did not have all of the things that they had. I just want to go back to education as an area. The president gave us an example of Dinswalo, a young girl who now went to a free school, went to NSFAS at university, got into something similar to, yes, Youth Employment Service. I mean, I've got my colleague here, Temba Seizu, who's coming up with, who's with my colleague with the Youth Employment Service. So he mentioned everything that we've done to make sure that we free the potential of young people. Some people threw it and said, it's rubbish. Some people celebrated it. But there's a middle ground again, which is, yes, number one, every child deserves that, not some. But number two, if all we were fighting for as the historically marginalized were jobs, there would never have been a struggle in South Africa. Because if you think about, for example, the 1943 statement, the first Bill of Rights, actually comprehensive Bill of Rights that includes socio-economic rights, written by intellectuals in the ANC that include Pixie Gasebe. That Bill of Rights was not confining the historically repressed to jobs. It was talking about social justice, which means everyone should ascend to the highest level possible for human beings. And if, of course, they are at the bottom, it should not be because they're confined by structural inequality. And obviously, how do you do that? By dismantling the structures of apartheid, which the colleagues said this morning. So why is it not happening? Prof. Sandy puts the problem at the door of Parliament. Madam Speaker, why has Parliament not asked the Department of Justice why is Chapter 5 of the Equality Act sitting on their desk? Since President Mbeki, nothing has happened on it. President Mbeki, I'm not praising you. I'm not happy about the land. But at the moment I'm dealing with Chapter 5 because I was supposed to reflect on what other people have said, yes, and on the values. And for me, here, it's a value of concern. Because Chapter 5 was about, we don't just open channels of social mobility to a few, which BEE does, but we open the channels of social mobility to everyone. including people repressed because of class. Because if we go the social justice way, white working class people are accounted for too, whilst we are leveling the playing field on the basis of race. Improve the quality of life of every citizen. We have improved the quality of life of every citizen, but there are gaps. Lastly, build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. What was reflected on this morning is how increasingly our people are treating foreign nationals of African origin. I don't have a lot to add there than to say we need to propagate the values of Ubuntu and the values of the Constitution everywhere we go. And that's why when we start events at the Chair for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University and the Tuma Foundation, we start with the Constitution, the African anthem, the AU anthem, and thirdly, the preamble. And as part of our Everyday Law and Justice project, we think every child should know the preamble. Why? Because in terms of neurologically, neuroscience tells us if they say it all the time, they will aspire to do that. One of my granddaughter likes President Mbeki's poem. I gave it to your team this morning, I Am an African. But it makes her feel proud to be an African. And she now talks about being an African, not being a black African, being an African. Like she embraces all Africans regardless of their color, but she's proud to be an African. Why? Because poems like that have been placed in her psyche. We want the same thing to be done with our preamble. But with that preamble, we also understand that as South Africans, we want to be a South Africa that is united and able to take its place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. And by that, to be a global citizen, we've got to embrace others. But I'm just going to say that from a government point of view, part of the problem there is the need to make sure that we regulate immigration. And that's why, as a social justice chair, we've supported the Department of Home Affairs. Because it's not enough to say immigration, unregulated immigration is not a problem. If when your child is sick, you go to med clinic, as I do, yes, it's not a problem. But if you're going to a crowded clinic in the rural areas, it's a different story, or in the township, it's a different story. If you had a spaza shop, but suddenly there are better people with more resources that are running spaza shop, it is a problem for you. If you're looking for a job and restaurants won't take you, as if there's an invisible sign there that says no South Africans aligned, it is a problem for you. So unregulated immigration and employers who pay less to undocumented immigrants are a problem. But we've got to teach our people, don't take the law into your own hands. But secondly, let's make sure that the police who don't act are held to account. So I want to end and say, from a leadership point of view, what we have flagged from the Stellenbosch University is we need to do better in aligning our statecraft with these goals. We've even come up with a tool that is called a social justice impact assessment matrix. When government was imposing restrictions on everyone on COVID, we said you're going to kill township economies, you're going to kill rural areas, and we issued a statement and policy brief in April 2020. Everything we predicted happened, but we didn't have AI to quantify the future, to simulate the future in numbers. So when government tried to increase VAT, we simulated the future in numbers. It meant increased unemployment, which is racialized. You know, people tell Trump that there's unemployment for white people because black people are taking jobs. Unemployment is said to be, official unemployment at 32% for everyone, but among Africans it's 38%, among white people it's less than 7%. Yes, unemployment is too much for anybody who's unemployed, but unemployment still has a racial character. 55% of our economy is owned by 1%. 55%. The majority within that 1% are white people. Land is still 72% white. I can go on and on and on and on. The number of people who are able to live in an estate that is over 250,000 to their children in South Africa. The percentage of African people who are able to leave more than 250,000 to their descendants. Think about it, what percentage is that? 3%. Among white people, it's close to 60%. So clearly, the real monopoly game of apartheid remains with us. As Justice Cameron said in Daniels versus Kribanti. And your statecraft should include simulating the future. We did the same thing now with the fuel levy. We haven't heard a response from government, but a different government has already asked the private sector to please at least don't increase your pricing on 20 items, 20 food items. But we could have predicted this. We could have made these requests long before it happened. So I'm not one of those who says our problem is corruption. I'm not one of those who says political will is the problem. I think we're too scared of the World Bank and international institutions that regulate us. And whatever they say, we don't check it out. So all I'm asking going forward to all government and civil societies, when somebody comes up with an idea, don't look at the fact that it will solve unemployment today. It might be a Trojan horse. Ask, what does South Africa look like in 100 years' time if we go this route? In 50 years' time, in 30 years' time, in 20 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 5 years' time, and next year. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Prof. Madonsela, thank you. Thank you sincerely for your profound reflections. I think I was finding it difficult. You had 15 minutes, but it went over time, and I'm looking at this. But you have so eloquently drawn together the threads of today's discussion. And I think your insights on constitutionalism as well, social justice, ethical leadership, and generational responsibility challenge us not to intellectually, they do challenge us, not intellectually only, but morally as well. And I think this is something to applaud. May I request that we do again. Indeed, we are deeply grateful for your contribution and continued contribution in the democratic discourse of our country and for promoting transformational justice in South Africa and beyond. And now, to facilitate the second panel, a timely and important discussion at this juncture, I invite Professor Grace Kunong from the University of South Africa as a moderator for the second panel. And Professor Grace Kunong is a professor of sociology and currently executive director, leadership and transformation at Unisa. She has over 20 years experience in the academy, doing teaching, research, and leadership and service. And she's also a C-rated NRF scholar, award-winning author and mentor with a 2019 co-authored book winning the 2020 NIHS Best Non-Fiction Award, published over 60 publications, including 6 books, held leadership roles at VETS, UJ, and Unisa, and also giving advisory services to University Council, the Council for Higher Education, and DHET, and has helped steer institutional change, which is a key aspect of higher education transformation in post-apartheid South Africa. Her notable contribution to academic leadership is how she's able to seamlessly bridge research, teaching policy, and institutional reform. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Professor Kunong to the stage as she moderates this.
Thank you, Professor Paswana. We are grateful for this opportunity to engage on the Constitution in this space on this day. Whilst I stand on the protocol already established, I would like to acknowledge the Honorable Medidiza, Ndate Dr. President Thabo Mbeki, and the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Lenkabula. Dumelang. Taking from the morning's keynote speaker, the panel discussion this morning, and the talk now by Professor Madonsela, and also from the business breakfast yesterday, this panel will extend the debate with a focus on what the national and global changes since the institutionalization of the Constitution 30 years ago mean for the socio-economic development of the country and the continent. To help us navigate the difficult questions emerging as a result of recent geopolitical shifts, I have Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, who is the chairperson of the Thabo Mbeki Board of Trustees, among other roles, currently and historically. Can we give her? I also have Professor Anthony van Niekerk, who is a professor in international and diplomacy studies at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I also have Ntate Oscar Masarona Matata, who is a member of Parliament in the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa and currently serves as Committee Whip for the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. I also have Memakete Makamase, who is an emerging scholar, researcher, and peace-building practitioner affiliated with the Center for Mediation in Africa. To frame the discussion, I have the following questions for the panelists to engage with. The first one, what is your general sense and take about the current ongoing changes and shifts taking place in the geopolitical space? The second one is, we are all aware that the Constitution lays the foundation for our foreign policy and international relations with the rest of the world, signifying values such as peace, human rights, and development. How does the Constitution advance South Africa's interests regionally and globally in the growing multipolarity context? And I want to add from Professor Madonsela's presentation, are we scared? Are we scared of the World Bank and its friends? The third question that I have we begun to use our strengths, that is the demographic dividend, human capital, natural endowments, intellectual capital, culture, and African civilizations, among others, to consolidate democracy, the rule of law, sovereignty, especially in the AI age, and multilateralism in the interest of the continent. Colleagues, you have 7 minutes. You'll speak to the questions, and then we will come back with further questions. Thank you. As you came to the stage. You don't want
Program Director, I'm also going to join earlier speakers who stood on the protocol that was observed earlier, and appreciate all of you in your eminence. I have reduced my submission to writing, and I think that the time allocated will be sufficient for me to cover my contribution, if you allow me, Facilitator. Today, as we sit here, it's 30 years since our constitutional democracy. And this happened at a very profound global transition. The world is no longer organized around a single center of power. We're witnessing the emergence of more multipolar global order, characterized by the growing influence of countries and blocs, such as BRICS, the African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and expanding South-to-South cooperation. This changing reality raises an important question for African constitutional democracies. How do we protect sovereignty, constitutionalism, and development in a rapidly shifting geopolitical environment? For South Africa, this discussion cannot be separated from our constitution, our liberation history, and our Pan-African commitments. We believe that our constitution and our foreign policy are connected, Facilitator. One important point I wish to emphasize is that South Africa's foreign policy is not detached from our constitution. Our constitution is the supreme law of the Republic, and it provides the values that must guide our conduct internationally. These constitutional principles include human dignity, equality, accountability, peace, respect for international law, and solidarity with the people of Africa and the Global South. The Bill of Rights obliges the state to respect, protect, and promote human rights. Therefore, our international relations must reflect those constitutional obligations. This is why South Africa consistently advocates for multilateralism, international law, peace resolution of conflicts, and justice for oppressed people globally. Our constitutional democracy, therefore, shapes not only domestic governance, but also our international posture as a sovereign and democratic state amongst nations, a point that Professor Madonsela raised and emphasized quite a few times. What does multipolarity mean or bring to Africa as a continent? And this is our view for this submission. Africa must stop being a battlefield for competing global powers. We believe that through multipolarity, there are opportunities for Africa to be strengthened. And this can happen and lead to a stage where there's policy independence, economic sovereignty, industrialization, digital transformation, infrastructure development, and intra-Africa trade. This is why institutions such as the Africa Union and AFCFTA are so important. African states must engage the world collectively and strategically rather than from fragmented positions of weakness. A multipolar world should not reproduce old patterns of dependency in new forms. Instead, Africa must use the transition to pursue genuine sovereignty, developmental self-determination, technology transfer, climate justice, and equitable global partnerships. South Africa, informed by its constitution, values, and ANC liberation traditions, has a responsibility to contribute towards a fairer and more balanced global order. Again, we believe that constitutional democracy remains essential in this rapidly moving world. There are some who argue that in times of geopolitical competition, democratic accountability becomes less important. From where we sit, we disagree. In fact, we believe that constitutionalism becomes more even important during periods of global uncertainty. Strong constitutional institutions are not obstacles to development. They are safeguards against corruption, authoritarianism, state capture, and instability. African development does not require abandoning democracy or constitutional governance. Rather, sustainable development depends on accountable institutions, public participation, judicial independence, and respect for the rule of law. There was an issue about social justice, and some of the principles of social justice is accessibility to various aspects that improve the quality of life. In 2016, the United Nations Human Rights Council declared internet access as a human right. And for the purpose of this submission, we want to bring the topic of digital sovereignty and the future as a point of discussion that we must reflect on. But this brings questions with it. And these questions are as follows. And we believe that these questions are important because today, sovereignty is no longer only territorial, it's increasingly technological and economic. The questions are as follows. Who controls African data? Who owns digital infrastructure? Will Africa merely consume technology or will it develop its own innovative capacity? And how should constitutions respond to artificial intelligence, surveillance, and digital rights? These are some of the nagging constitutional questions. As much as they are economic and geopolitical questions, they still require our attention henceforth. Now, in conclusion, as we reflect on the 30 years of our constitution, we should recognize that South Africa continues to navigate the important balance between constitutional democracy, national sovereignty, and global transformation. Our constitution remains a powerful guide in this regard. It reminds us that democracy, human dignity, accountability, international solidarity, and development are not contradictory objectives, but mutually reinforcing foundations for a just society and a more equitable world order. The task before Africa is therefore not merely to participate in the changing world, but to help shape it. I thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Program Director, allow me to acknowledge His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki and the VC of Unisa, Professor Buleng Kabula, as well as the leadership of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and all the present dignitaries. My name is Makgethe Makamase, and it is an honor and privilege to be before you as we reflect on the 30th anniversary of our Constitution and locating our Constitution and foreign policies on the continent. The title of my submission is Towards Multipolarity or Mismanaged Disorder. The current global discourse on multipolarity is both necessary, but it is insufficient. It is necessary because an old unipolar worldview has lost its legitimacy, but this is insufficient because we do not have a common understanding of what multipolarity is and who it benefits, where it locates us as a continent. Does it carry emancipatory value for the African continent or not? If, therefore, this is in question, is multipolarity not merely the birth of an unequal or redistribution of power among old and new centers of dominance? The question that should emanate Africa Month, Africa Day, as well as the Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture must not enter the multipolar debate as a specter, as a moral witness, or as a victim of history, or a terrain in which others test their ambitions. Africa must enter the debate on multipolarity as an author, a producer of concepts, and as a strategic actor with the capacity to define what a just world order must mean. Multipolarity is not automatically liberation. We must not romanticize multipolarity because The decline of the West does not necessarily mean the arrival of justice within the global system. The emergence of China, India, Russia, the Gulf states, Turkey, or Brazil, or other centers of influence does not necessarily mean an ethical global order. This is simply a reproduction, or perhaps a reproduction of powers that will compete for influence, minerals, our votes, military access, our digital infrastructure, and for ideological legitimacy. In this sense, multipolarity may not yet be a new world order, but it may be a managed disorder. It may present not an end of domination, but its multiplication, not a democratization of global power, but multiple forces, of course, competing for Africa. The task, therefore, is not to choose between old hegemons and new suitors. The task for Africa is to insist that any legitimate world order must be judged on one standard. Does it expand our sovereignty, development, intellectual and technological, as well as moral agency for all people? If the answer is no, then such an order is not multipolar in any emancipatory sense. It is merely competitive hierarchy. Africa must define multipolarity in its own terms. What does this mean for us in our own language and in our own reality? Africa must therefore ensure, what it must mean for a democratic reconstruction of global authority, where no civilization claims monopoly over truth, no region claims permanent superiority, and no people condemn others to permanent dependency. Africa's interpretation of multipolarity must be anchored on principles of sovereign equality and not merely ceremonial authority equality, developmental justice and not on aid dependency, resource sovereignty and not just extraction without beneficiation, continental bargaining power, not fragmented national vulnerabilities, and as well as knowledge sovereignty, not just intellectual dependency on important concepts and of our understanding of the world and ourselves. Our constitutions must therefore be read through developmental sovereignty. African constitutions were shaped in a post-Cold War liberal moment, a moment that privileged procedural democracy, market reform, donor governance, human rights language, and integration within the global economy. These, of course, are not unimportant gains. Constitutionalism, rights, legality, accountability, and our democratic institutions were very important. However, the question now is whether African constitutionalism is sufficiently equipped for strategic pressures that have fragmented the global order as we know it. Can African constitutions speak meaningfully to strategic mineral sovereignty? Do our constitutions protect digital sovereignty? Do our constitutions guide industrial policy? Can they defend our food, water, and energy security? Do they support developmental states' agendas? Do they institutionalize long-term national planning beyond election cycles? This demands a shift from constitutionalism as legal procedure, but constitutionalism as developmental statecraft. The issue then is not whether Africa must abandon constitutional democracy. It must not. The issue is whether constitutional democracy can be deepened to become an instrument of social transformation, strategic independence, and human development. A common constitution that protects rights but cannot secure food, water, land, technology, and productive capacity remains incomplete. A constitution that promises dignity but leaves the economy left behind, strategically dependent, remains morally unfinished. The same goes for our foreign policies. They must go beyond mere slogans, but become more instruments that can be perhaps encourage strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy means that Africa cooperates with all but belongs to none. It means that Africa refuses to belong to extensions of NATO, BRICS, G7, G20, Gulf states, or any other external formation. It means Africa engages the world from a position of interest, principle, memory, and a future-orientated development. Africa's partnerships, the questions we need to ask ourselves when it comes to our global partners is, what does this relationship do for our developmental agenda? Africa's industrialization. What is this? Okay, no problem. What does it do for our peace and security? What does it do for youth employment? What does it do for our infrastructure? Africa must therefore not merely complain about exclusion, but it must be ready to produce an alternative proposition. And I propose that it should not be anti-Western. It should be, of course, anti-domination, not anti-Eastern, but anti-dependency. And it should not be anti-globalization, but pro a just global transition. So most Africa's deficit, it's not just, of course, economic, it's also intellectual. So the intelligentsia in itself has a responsibility to produce an architecture for our continent and the future that we seek to build. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. The theme of my speaking notes is true believers, false prophets, and the conundrum of African agency. So, the structural positioning of Africa within the contemporary global order is characterized by a profound, unresolved paradox. On the one hand, continental discourse is saturated with an optimistic, integrationist idealism, most visibly codified in the AU's Agenda 2063 blueprint for a prosperous continent. On the other hand, the day-to-day execution of African foreign policy is frequently constrained by a defensive, fragmented realpolitik. The intellectual and operational schism forms the basis of my critical provocation today. Do current multilateral frameworks truly empower African nations to exercise genuine agency, or do they merely provide a stage for symbolic diplomatic performance? Nowhere is the ideological tension between Pan-African aspirations and structural dependencies more visible than in the theater of summit diplomacy, or summitry, as it's called, where global superpowers compete for influence under the guise of mutual partnership. For over 2 decades, many of these forums have taken shape in Africa. I've got quite a list of them here, starting with FOCAC. This is the China-Africa Summit, the US-Africa Leadership Summit, the France-Africa Summit the other day in Kenya with Ruto and Macron, who both declared that they are Pan-Africanists. The Italians, the Russians, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Japan, and the EU. There might be others. During these high-level forums, political elites perform the rhetoric of equal partnership. Yet the agendas remain starkly shaped by foreign capital and external strategic architectures. To discern who the true partners are in constructing a self-determined African future, one must scrutinize the continent's premier multilateral body. The AU's Constitutive Act explicitly provides the legal and structural architecture for a unified foreign policy. I know what you're thinking now. Is there a unified foreign policy? This framework is theoretically designed to coordinate the international relations of member states, projecting a cohesive continental voice in global forums to safeguard peace, security, and sustainable development. However, a persistent operational disconnect exists between institutional design and geopolitical reality. The pivotal question is whether these African multilateral institutions, the bureaucratic officials who manage them, and the political elites who command them genuinely empower African nations. Instead of fostering authentic agency on the global stage, current structures risk reducing Pan-African diplomacy to mere symbolic performance on foreign stages. This systemic friction is deeply illuminated by some research which I came across produced by Accord, which highlight two structural crises mentioned by all of my previous colleagues so far. The first one is the colonial imperative. Many contemporary African constitutions and state structures remain deeply entangled with their colonial legacies. Because these frameworks were imported or inherited rather than organically created, they frequently lack domestic ownership, cultural legitimacy, and direct relevance to the unique socio-political realities of our people. And the second one is the sovereign deficit. The operational dysfunction observed across various African states are not organic, but rather a symptom of this institutional misalignment. Correcting this malaise requires state institutions to be systematically reclaimed and refashioned. They must be re-anchored to reflect the material conditions of the continent and the democratic aspirations of the African people. To transition from institutional fragmentation to real strategic autonomy, I think you also use that term, right? Strategic autonomy. The AU and its member states must systematically rationalize the overlapping jurisdictions of regional economic communities. We call them RECs in short. So this is to address the competing regional mandates we find amongst members in Africa. Moving past symbolic rhetoric requires executing 4 targeted policy actions. Some of them might sound controversial to you. Number 1, enforce strict sub-regional jurisdictional mapping. Enforce a strict one state, one rec regulatory framework across the continent. It means member states will have to audit their commitments and choose a single primary regional home. 2, harmonize legal and regulatory frameworks under the AfCFTA. Subordinate individual rec customs protocols to the legal architecture of the continental free trade area. In order to systematically eliminate conflicting rules of origin, competing tariff schedules, and redundant cross-border clearance documentation. The third one, technically but important, establish a binding supranational arbitration court. And the last one, transition RECs into functional execution hubs. Strip RECs of their independent foreign policy making powers. Reprofile the secretariats to act exclusively as regional project implementation units. Why? Global powers will then no longer be able to negotiate separate trade deals with individual blocs, forcing external actors to engage directly with a unified AU diplomatic corps. And in my conclusion, given our internal vulnerabilities, the capacity of the AU and its regional subsystems to insulate the continent from external exploitation remains heavily contested. In macroeconomic and diplomacy theory, diversifying international partners should yield strategic advantages. So engage with Washington, Beijing, Paris, and beyond, or to expand our bargaining power, maximize our decision-making autonomy, and grant us more diplomatic flexibility. Yet the empirical reality fails to match the theory. There is little definitive evidence proving that these proliferated partnerships, sub-regional groupings, or high-level international summits have minimized external interference in African affairs. because comprehensive cost-benefit analyses of these global engagements are largely absent, the definitive verdict on African autonomy remains unanswered. And so the continent continues to navigate the perilous waters between the empty rhetoric of false prophets and the unrealized text of true believers.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. I speak here as we engage on 30 years of the Constitution with one disclaimer. The patron, President Mbeki, is in the room. So if there's anything that's out of order, I'll defer to him on that particular matter. But I think I secondly engage, having been part of those who are in the room, who were members both of the Constituent Assembly as well as the National Assembly at the time of the adoption of the 1996 Constitution. Just for a start around location, we didn't sit in this room. Had there been greater continuity in democracy and not discontinuity, we wouldn't have had to sit in this room. But I say no more on that question. So, on the questions that have been raised before us today, and particularly looking at the age of fragmentation, navigating geopolitical shifts, I build on the earlier interventions that have been made, and I think they were quite incredible, thought-provoking interventions that we've heard throughout the morning. And I'd want to state that the transition from a unipolar system to a multipolar reality is the defining geopolitical shift of our time. However, this is not merely a diffusion of global power. We've entered an era of weaponized interdependence, where global finance, trade routes, supply chains, and technology are routinely leveraged as instruments of geopolitical coercion. So while the weakening of the post-World War II multilateral institutions, like the UN Security Council, creates a dangerous vacuum, it simultaneously offers Africa a strategic opening. Multipolarity allows the global South to reject the binary choices of the past and to pursue active non-alignment. Yet this fragmentation is a double-edged sword. Without cohesive institutional renewal at the African Union level, the continent risks being carved up in a theater for proxy competition. And we see this right now in the Horn of Africa. We see it in the Sahel. We see it, and let me be specific, it's 3 years since the civil war in the Sudan. We see it play out in all those areas. So without cohesive institutional renewal, as I've indicated, that's a challenge. So true solidarity today requires a move beyond the historical Pan-African rhetoric to build unified strategic blocs capable of defending African sovereignty against highly transactional global powers. It's not a new point I'm raising. It was raised earlier today as well. So the Sahel is the clearest proof that the current geopolitical shift is not about great power rivalry. It's about the collapse of the post-colonial form itself. The Gaullist constitution, and I'm borrowing from the earlier interventions, hyper-centralized, extractive, absent from the periphery, has produced a security vacuum that external powers are filling, not as allies of African people, but as predators on a corpse. Multipolarity in the Sahel means multiple vultures. The shifts, therefore, is not Africa rising, but Africa's constitutional, colonial constitution dying. The question is, and that was asked earlier today as well, what replaces it? The current answer is not necessarily liberation, but it's the Gaullist constitution's death rattle. And I throw that out to everybody to deal with. Secondly, the constitutional anchor in a multipolar world. In a rapidly shifting international arena, where powers are increasingly willing to sideline human rights for strategic advantage, I want to argue today South Africa's constitution serves as a non-negotiable normative compass. And I'm not arguing that it's perfect. I'm placing it in that context. It anchors the country's foreign policy in pursuit of human dignity, peaceful dispute resolution, and equitable development. That's where it locates it. This mandates advancing South Africa's interests by providing consistency and moral authority. It dictates that our regional diplomacy, whether engaging with the Africa peace security architecture or addressing crises in the Sahel or the Sudan, must center on the protection of citizens. A human-based foreign policy is not a vulnerability in a multipolar world. It's a critical differentiator that builds long-term sustainable alliances rather than fleeting transactional pacts. And one could go into this in more detail, but I got this note. So on this particular issue, I'd want to continue by stating that responding to the question on whether we've begun to use our strengths, demographic, natural, intellectual, cultural, to consolidate democracy, rule of law, sovereignty, and multilateralism. And I'd want to say no, because the constitutional frameworks in most of Africa turns those strengths into liabilities. And I could break this down if time has allowed. So the answer is, partially and unevenly, the strengths exist, but the constitutional architecture to weaponize them for democracy and sovereignty does not. On the last question, what should Africa's response and positioning be in this rapidly changing international order? And here I want to add to those who say the response must be constitutional rupture, not tinkering. And this is specifically for the Sahel and what's referred to as Francophone Africa. Abolish the Gaullist hyper-presidency, decentralize security, entrench unlimited local standing. Any citizen group or cooperative can sue the state for non-delivery. For Anglophone, Lancaster trapped countries, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Nigeria, etc., remove the constitutional protections for colonial property and enshrine the right to uncompensated redistribution of land and natural resources for South Africa, deepen the 1996 rupture. And here we should look at Section 25 to allow, could be argued, the execution of what should have been happening, and it was spoken for before. And at a continental level, the African Union must adopt a constitutional legitimacy protocol. So positioning in multilateral, in the multipolar order, Africa must stop being the object of great power competition and become the subject of constitutional revolution, depending on how we frame this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues, for the analysis that you give of what the problem is and some of the solutions that you begin to give. I'm not going to summarize, colleagues. I'm going to try to get two people from the audience to ask questions if they have. One from this side, and then one from this side. Democratic engagement, colleagues. I can summarize and ask more questions, but I want to hear what your thoughts are. Just one person, yes, Mayor, there at the back with the white and colorful beads, yes. Yes. You can press the mic there where you are sitting.
Is declining.
You are declining, okay. Yes, yes, Ntate.
Like that. Thank you very, very much, Program Director, and greetings to the Honorable House. Speaking here is Justice Mulibala from Unisa SRC Regional, Limpopo region, if I may put it that way. So mine here is directed to Prof. Madonsela. It's a question also intertwined with the seeking of clarity in that man. Because myself looking at history of the Constitution of the Republic from 1910, it tells us that the Union of South Africa only represented whites and coloreds. Going further, in 1996, the Republic of South Africa only represented whites. And then further in 1983, says that the tricameral parliament represented whites, Indian, and coloreds. And then only later, in 1993, when the interim was promoted or rather proposed, it said now, everyone is included, including the white of that interim of 1993. And then, which goes beyond to now the interim being passed to be now what we are celebrating as the Constitution of the Republic, of which I also support, which comes with a progressive and fair and just advancement. But my concern is on the land issue. Now we are questioning fairness and equality in terms of land issue, looking at the economic part of it. To say if indeed South Africa, if indeed the Constitution supports fairness and equality, do you think it's wise, rather fair or just, for us as Africans, all of us included as a diverse like that, that is it wise and fair for the land of the Republic and properties of the Republic to be owned by the minority? As
Thank
far as
you.
I know, history teaches us that the majority of people in the country are blacks. But now,
you.
when we check into history, when we check into a democratical history of our country, it tells us that the land ownership it's owned by my minority. Can you?
Thank you.
can
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please don't give an essay, colleagues. Someone this side. Yes. I'm trying to do gender equality. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, colleagues.
Thanks. Good afternoon, colleagues. Dumelang. It is Palisas Khejani from University Walter Sisulu. My question actually is to the previous panel, Chairperson, if you don't mind, but then I think even the current panel can consider that because we didn't have a moment to ask with the previous panel. And I'm going to be very short because I wanted us to provoke this issue around the amendment of the Constitution, particularly if we are to consider that the majority remain in the periphery. So I just want to understand as to if we are going to consider this South Africa's constitutionalism having delivered substantive justice, and if we are going to, of course, this is a repeated concern, or it's echoed all the time, that the youth is marginalized and it's the one that is experiencing high unemployment. Yesterday at the breakfast, there was a submission that those who are in business, they hardly even participate in the continent. Now, my concern is if we are going to say constitution or constitutionalism in its intention, seeks to be redistributive, to what extent are we even holding capital or the business accountable or to participate in ensuring that advancing constitutionalism is realized? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna give Honorable Holomisa, he had his hand up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to make a suggestion on how we should address the gap between the promised and lived reality. So I'm going to address myself to the current debate about our Constitution. The lived experience of many South Africans continues to reflect this gap we have been talking about. This raises an important question about whether the transformative intent of the Constitution is being fully realized through the system of governance and administration. In the context, we may also need to consider whether our current institutional design for service delivery remains the most effective vehicle for constitutional implementation. Has the time not perhaps come to rethink certain frontline service delivery departments, such as the Department of Water and Sanitation, Human Settlements, Roads and Transport, Agriculture, Environmental Affairs, Trade and Industry, as well as Public Works, with a view to reconfiguring them into more autonomous, professionally driven state agencies, underline the word agencies, focused primarily on execution and delivery. Finally, such a model could strengthen delivery by insulating technical and operational functions from unnecessary political turnover, while still maintaining democratic oversight and policy direction. It could also help attract and retain highly skilled professionals by creating environments that prioritize stability, performance, and technical excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. I'm gonna give our panelists 2 minutes to respond to the questions. But as you respond to the questions, I want you to also reflect on some of the solutions that you spoke to. What are the low-hanging fruits? What are the things that we can do now quickly to begin to advance some of the solutions that you put on the table for us? I will start with you, Dr.
Thank you very much. But I actually want to go to what was my understanding to that Section 25 question, and I assume that the President may also come in on this. I think the one thing that one wants to state is when you look at Section 25, that's often referred to as the property clause, it was a balancing act that did try to do two things simultaneously. One, it states that no one may be deprived of property arbitrarily, and expropriation must be subject to compensation. The second thing is that it crucially dictates that compensation does not have to be strict market value. It must be just and equitable. And it reflects an equitable balance between public interest and the interest of those affected. So, just taking this further, there is a thesis that says Section 25 is not the barrier. It was never the primary obstacle to land reform. The real culprits were state incapacity, corruption, and the lack of political will, and the failure of post-settlement support for emerging black farmers. So that's why blaming the Constitution was a convenient scapegoat for administrative failure. The second issue is the danger of state custodianship. And here, if we look at it, and we heard the quoting of the Freedom Charter this morning, and I don't want to speak for those of us who were there around, not shaping the charter, but the promise that the land shall be worked amongst those who work it makes the state the landlord, and black South Africans who'd remain tenants on the land, denied the security of tenure and the ability to leverage property for capital that white farmers had historically enjoyed. And then the third point of racialism versus retribution. So framing the issue within the national democratic revolution, there's been warnings against pursuing land reform as a retributive racial project. The historical mission of the liberation struggle was to build a non-racial society. And amending the foundational pact of the Constitution to arbitrarily seize property would severely damage the economy, collapse food security, and alienate minorities, fracturing the broader democratic project. So I think the large thing is, the thesis is essentially to achieve justice on the land question requires the hard, unglamorous work of building state capacity, title deed reform, agricultural financing, rather than constitutional tinkering. So I'm really throwing out something that I think there may be great pushback on, but I think we should speak to the facts and reality as it is and say, let's fix what should be fixed. Thank you.
Chair, I didn't get a direct question, but allow me 2 minutes to reflect on what I've heard. You want to give me a question? You will get me a question. No,
1 minute.
But I want to say something now. Thank you. Having listened to the discussion, I want to put my central argument even stronger. I'm convinced that that our continental institutions fail us in protecting us from the forces of, what did you call it, instability, and the emerging new world order, the moment of unipolarity that has passed, and so on. And so how do we resolve this problem? And I want to say, if I put my academic hat on, I want to ask my panelists if they're prepared to marry their texts with mine. So we produce a journal article for Unisa's journal, which will answer this question. Can the Constitution, can the South African version of constitutionalism be the anchor to deal with weaponized interdependence, grabbing strategic opportunities in the form of active non-alignment, building integrated foreign policies? I don't know what the answer is. I suspect Geraldine is right. We first have to undergo a constitutional rupture, because she started, time caught up with her. She said there's elements of the Francophone, the Anglophone, and you forgot the Lusophone because of time, that needs to be corrected before we can say that the African Union and its vision of a prosperous future can become a reality. And you know, colleagues, if we don't do this, those foreign actors, some well-meaning, but most of them malign, deliberately coming here to take what we have, will win the day, and we'll be on the back foot. And I'm afraid that if we don't act, not only as South Africans, but as Africans, we will not win this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I will attempt to respond to 2 questions. The first one from this side, which speaks to how do we achieve the necessary transformation to ensure that the youth is empowered? And what is the role of the Constitution? So the Constitution is based on one of the values of redress, particularly of the injustices of the past. But the Constitution is not explicit on how you achieve it. But what it does, under Section 36, it allows you to limit certain rights. And that happens in most cases with the redress laws that have been passed, BEE being one of them, that you are saying that for this purpose, this particular opportunity is only available for a particular group of society. So basically, in terms of national legislation, we are able to address the need of the youth. We are able to address the issue of unemployment through legislative interventions, but does not necessarily find expression in the Constitution. The Constitution speaks about redress, and it gives you a mechanism to limit certain rights. Because if you say black youth, automatically the human rights for white youth are limited. So Section 36 allows you to do that in a legal way. So there is legislation that speaks to that. Maybe what is important is for Parliament to speak more with society so that they understand what is the basket of all this available legislation. What has it achieved since 1994, and where is it that we are going and taking the country? Because I believe from where we are sitting, there are meaningful progress that are visible in terms of the intervention of government. On constitutional amendment, every year in March, annually, Parliament calls on submissions to amend the Constitution. I sit in the Constitutional Review Committee. What we have realized is that most submissions do not pass the muster of being a valid submission because there's a criteria in terms of how a particular submission is categorized. And what is key is that no amendment will pass the constitutional muster if it violates the values of the Constitution. So submissions do come. However, we believe that many submitters do not familiarize themselves with the criteria that is available to ensure that their submission is declared valid and is effected. As we speak currently, we are dealing with the submissions of the previous financial year. I will speak a simple example. Most of the submission speaks about removing from the preamble that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. It's in violation of the founding values of the Constitution. So there should be a process whereby maybe the constitutional rupture is important because that on itself, it becomes a barrier on whether you can actually effect the change to the Constitution. When it says that for you to change me, you must comply to my dictates. And if you do not agree with what I say you can't do to me, then leave me alone. So that is where we are. And I think that discussion needs to start to say, can we really change the Constitution meaningfully to address the issues that previous speakers were talking to? Just the last one, facilitator. We are not scared of the World Bank and financial institutions. The fact is that due to apartheid and colonial legacy, they sway a lot of economic influence. And for us to be able to achieve a status where we are policy and economically independent, we require finances to build. So if you go to them and you say, this is my policy, and they say, no, we can't fund you if you come with this policy. And therefore, the World Bank will trump your policy and will toe the line to be able to attract the necessary financial means. Hence, we are saying multipolarity presents an opportunity for policy independence, the eradication of fragmentation, so Africa to come together through instruments like the Free Africa Trade Agreement, so that we are able to speak with one voice and say, this is what we demand for Africa, and it will guarantee our sovereignty, both economically, politically, and developmentally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. Before I let you go, I'm gonna give an opportunity to President Becky to ask a few questions. The earlier panelists, please also be ready to respond to some of the questions. President?
Thank you very much, Professor Kuno. There won't be many the questions, but unfortunately for us, Professor Madlingos here didn't give us time to ask you questions. So I'm grabbing that opportunity now, but also the same questions to the same group, to the professors. Unfortunately, Professor Makoba seems to have left. These are really about the context within which this constitution is functioning. That's why I'm asking these questions. The President Ramaphosa in 2018 appointed the new Joint Commission of Inquiry into SARS. 3 questions about that. Why was that commission appointed? What did it find? What relevance is that, whatever it found? Of what relevance is it to South Africa yesterday, today, and tomorrow? There's 3 questions about the New Gen Commission. It's quite specific. When we it came into government in 1994, the South African economy was going down. By 2007, 2008, the economy was going this way. In fact, just to give one example, for the first time since the Act of Union, that government achieved budget surpluses. That meant you had more money to invest in growing the economy, and So from 1994 to 2008, 2009, the South African economy is going this way, and other things also. During this period, something like 6 million new jobs are created during this time. Then from around 2009, 2010, the economy goes in the opposite direction. Just like that, it goes like this. And for the first 15 years, let us say, you have 6 million new jobs created. For the next 15 years, you got 1 million new jobs created. Now, I'm asking this question. What explains this radical change? It's very, very radical. It's more or less overnight. We're going like this, and suddenly, boom, up to today, we reach growth rates of 6% around 2007 and so on. And since 2009, 2010, they've hardly reached 1%. What changed? So these are my 4 questions. 3 about Nugent, 1 about this radical change. I'm asking the professors on both sides if they could explain, because it would be very important to understand that in order to understand everything we've said about the Constitution. If we don't understand that background, we won't understand the Constitution. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask the professors this side first to try engage with the question from the president, and then, yes. Yes.
Well, I will try to answer, but you posed the questions, President Mbeki, in such a way that it made me think that you have answers in mind, and you want to see whether we get to those answers. So it feels as though I'm almost a student and not a professor, and and you are posing a test. But let me try. So the first 3 questions, and perhaps I'll leave the last question, which is the most difficult one, to Professor Madlengorzi. But the first question is, my impression was the Nugent Commission was established in order to investigate allegations that the receiver of revenue had been captured. That the receiver of revenue had been captured. Your second question was...
We can't hear, Chair.
You can't hear?
Yes.
Okay, is this better?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it was created in order to investigate allegations that the receiver of revenue had been captured. Your second question about the Nugent Commission was? What did he find?
What was their finding?
So in very general terms, the finding was, yes, it had been captured. It had been captured over quite a short period of time, in fact. And the third question? Why is it important? Well,
I'm saying our relevance as that answer.
Yeah.
Have to South Africa yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
To the situation we find ourselves in now and where we are going? Well, I think it explains a lot of that, because it is an example of the manner in which let's call it the attention of our society that manifests in how we spend and allocate and apply the resources at our disposal, the attention of our society shifted from the public and the public interest and what is good for all of us to something more parochial, let me simply call it that, and something more personal. And that has meant that there have been many years in which I suppose we lost direction as a result. Those would be my answers. I don't know whether you wish to add.
You don't have to answer if you don't have the answers. It's fine. It's perfectly okay. Prof. Makoba, you are back. Did you hear the questions?
Yeah, a little bit. I was out. What was the first question?
The Newton Commission.
No. Okay.
Let's leave it. Let's ask those ones.
I want to answer.
You what? I'll come back to you then. Let's try that.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to give a short answer to this because it's an issue that President Mbeki has.
You are not a professor. Please don't. Just leave it. I'll come back to you last.
Sorry?
I'll come to you last. And Anthony also don't answer. I'll come to you last. I know what you people think because I work with you every day. You don't have to answer if you don't have the answer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they'll come back to you, Professor. Yes, Professor. Can I try to answer this question? Not me. Okay. What is the implication of the finding on the Constitution today, tomorrow, and in the future?
President, I think you directed this question to professors. We are on the way there, we are not there yet. So I would humbly leave it to the professor to respond to it.
Let me try. So, of course, the first answer that is given is that the difference is the global economic recession of 2008, 2009. But that can be true because South Africa was almost insulated from that because of our regulatory system. So we should discard that answer. But that answer is given all the time, that all over the world there was a global recession and all of us suffered. So the second possibility, of course, is that from 2000 and even under your tenure, President Mbeki, we see a lot of capital flight. There is a lot of structural adjustment happening after a year and so forth, but we don't see enough investment by the companies. Companies are holding on to their investment. That continues today. But then the third reason, of course, is leadership. And leadership not only because of so-called state capture. Leadership also because the work that was done to professionalize the civil service stopped midway somewhere. And therefore you have three phenomena. One, a lot of turnover. Two, a lot of instability in a lot of institutions. But for me, we had Gear, we had Asgiza, there was some vision of what kind of economy. We can debate whether it was successful or not, but you don't see that framework. The only framework that we see is the National Development Plan. Ambitious goals, very clear goals, very good goals. The question then is, why are we not meeting those goals? That disjuncture between good policies and implementation. So I want to say that it is about leadership, it is about vision, but it's also the fact that, we are not able to force, quote unquote, our companies to invest. we're not able to, you always, President, speak about capital flight and not capital flight, but financial flows, illicit financial flows. Not as much in South Africa as other parts of Africa, but we also have that. So a lot of explanation, but leadership and no vision, I would say those are the key. Thank you.
You want me to ask questions again? Or you have the questions? Go ahead then.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to talk about firstly the issue of unemployment. There's been a consistent unemployment in South Africa. I think if you check the statistics, it's sort of been consistent. And even under your leadership, the number was still also high as well, if you check the numbers. And the other issue is that I think in 2009, although Prof. Matlingos is trying to dismiss the issue of global recession as one of the key factors of the spiral down that happened, I think there's some evidence that supports that idea that South Africa doesn't operate in isolation. It's also part of the global community, and whatever happens in the global markets also affects South Africa as well. And secondly, there was also a significant destruction of public institutions, particularly SARS, that particularly affected the structure of the budget. Obviously, if SARS as an important institution in South Africa is functioning clearly and you're able to collect your tax, that would mean that you are able to support service delivery, you deliver quality services and so on. But I think after your office that there's been like the significant destruction, particularly of SARS, the so-called capture that happened at SARS definitely had an impact on the South African economy. Secondly, the other issue is that the South African economic trajectory has always been fragile. The markets also want to arm up to a certain individual. If the media in particular has a problem with a particular leader, there would be a campaign against the individual, and that to an extent will affect how the markets react to the appointment of a person. And I think that has to do with the reading of the political mood in a country, that if you are appointing a certain political leader who is associated with this particular reputation in that society, the markets, who are maybe a group of capitalists, will have skepticism towards the person, and they would want to take their investment out of that particular country because they might not be sure what's going to happen in the future if that person becomes president. And I think potentially that happens. And the other issue is that the fragility of neoliberalism in its sense that if the state is functioning but cannot function without the involvement of private capital, any small change will cause some anxiety and eventually affect how the economy is moving as a whole.
Thank you. Sorry. My attempt is that what the question shows, because your question frames a time of prosperity and then a time of decline. So what I'm reading from the question is that even in context of conflict, in context where the media doesn't like you, in context where there are challenges, what determines success is when you know who you are, self-identity is very clear, when there's leadership, and when there's accountability and integrity. If you combine all those, you will be able to do well even when there's difficulty, because there's always difficulty. There's always someone who wants to take from you. There's always someone who wants to direct where you must go. And they will do so if you don't know who you are, if you don't know what you stand for, but most importantly, in terms of the state, if you don't know what your priorities are. So what I'm seeing from that time of success is not that there were no difficulties, but that there was direction, and the direction came from being grounded in something much bigger than wanting to eat and fill your pockets.
Thanks, Professor Kuno. Professor Brandt is correct. I have a view about these questions I was posing. I was posing them deliberately. It's because we have a crisis in the country, which means we've got to try and study this thing and understand it objectively as precisely as possible. What's wrong? What's gone wrong? Because if we can't get that answer right, we can't get the diagnosis right, we won't get the answer right. So I'm saying you are quite correct, Professor Brandt, to say that during the 1940s, an organization formed, in fact, it was formed in 1939, the Ossewa Brandwacht. The Ossewa Brandwacht, what is distinctive about it is that it was a neo-Nazi organization. Its symbols were copied directly from the German Nazis, everything. That's a neo-Nazi organization. The Nazis, the German Nazis, like the South African Nazis, they had a very strong policy position. And that policy position was that their strategic enemy is the communists. So even if you have an election and you defeat them in elections, that's not enough. You must destroy them. They must cease to exist. The Ossewa Brandwacht adopted that position from the Nazis in Germany. It was the communists, you saw the way that the Second World War was fought. 3/4 of the German army was on the Eastern Front for the Soviet Union, because that was their principal strategic enemy. And anybody else associated with the communists must also be killed. If you look at German history, it will tell you that story. The Ossewa Brandwacht here takes that same position. You remember they opposed the Smuts government and supported the Germans and all that. But in the end, the Ossewa Brandwacht got absorbed into the National Party. John Foster, Ossewa Brandwacht. Peter Lupoter, Ossewa Brandwacht. Nico Dietrichs, Ossewa Brandwacht. C.R. Swart, Ossewa Brandwacht. They come into the National Party with that understanding. That is why you have the Suppression of Communism Act in 1950. It was an expression of a firm ideological position. This thing must be killed. Plus, the ones associated with it must be killed. So, the ANC is a strategic enemy of the National Party already in 1950. But they start with the Communist Party. Comes 1994. Change takes place. This same group, which originally originated from the Ossewa Brandwacht, said, the ANC has been our strategic enemy and we've tried to destroy it. It's now won the elections, but it has not changed. It remains our enemy. So our offensive against the ANC doesn't stop because they are government. What then happened was a counter-revolutionary group was formed formally from the old National Party, particularly from Defense Intelligence. And their task was to make sure that they defeat the ANC. That is why I was asking these questions. You see what, you remember the SARS. SARS at the beginning was outperforming itself. They would say, we're going to collect $1 billion, and when they announced, it's $1.5 billion. No. And suddenly it changed around 2014 and went the opposite direction. That's why SARS, that judicial commission was appointed. Because how do you explain this? This SARS, which performs so well, and all of a sudden it performs in the opposite direction. That's why the New Gen Commission was appointed. What is wrong? What has gone wrong? That report is on the internet, you can read it. And what New Gen says, this was a deliberate attempt to kill the organization. I don't know what capture meant. A deliberate attempt to kill the organization, which is responsible for 95% of state revenues. You kill SARS, you kill the democracy. They didn't steal a single cent. During this 2014, 2015, 2016, those years, they didn't steal 1 cent. They were killing the organization. And New Gen has done us a favor, because he's put in detail what practically they did. On day one, they did this. On day two, they did this to kill the organization, so that this government does not have the revenues to function. We were together with Judge Nugent the other day, and his lawyers were saying, President, what we were trying to say in that report, that was treason. And it was. It was treason, because they were continuing this fight to destroy and defeat this ANC. That's why I was asking, what conclusion did Nugent reach? What the conclusion was, there is a group of people in South Africa who are very determined that this democracy must fail. And one of the things we must do, what can we do? Turn off the money, the tax tap. They can't pay salaries, they can't pay the police, they can't do anything. The state is broke, it collapsed. I'm saying that conclusion by Judge Nugent is relevant to South Africa in 1994, South Africa yesterday, South Africa tomorrow. Because that group hasn't changed its mind. This thing must fail. That is what explains this thing I was talking about. You have South Africa growing like this and that nicely, and suddenly it goes the other way around. Professor Makoba, you should look at this thing, study it. There are articles that have been published with documentation. The 2008 financial crisis, as Professor Madlingos is saying, had very slight impact here. Because of what had happened, I was mentioning, for instance, that for the first time since 2010, we had budget surpluses. The fact that you have budget surpluses is when the economy grows down, it cushions you because you got some cash. The articles have been written, analytical articles about that, not guesswork, not me talking. In fact, these Afrikaner professors. Yeah. So the 2008 financial crisis impacted on us, but not to the extent that for 15 years we stayed down at the bottom. All the peer countries of South Africa were impacted upon negatively by the 2008 crisis. By 2010, they recovered. Why didn't South Africa? Up to today. Let me just, 2002, 2002, the ANC had its elective conference, which we held at Stellenbosch University. That same group had decided that it must take over the leadership of the ANC at that conference, because it was saying to itself, it can't succeed to do the destructive work it wants to do if the ANC leadership doesn't change. They then decided They were not quite ready. 2002. They acted in 2007. That's why you have this crisis about the ANC conference 2007. It's a deliberate intervention. So what has happened now in South Africa? I come from the ANC. I've been in the ANC for many years. You are not certain who is really ANC. You listen to people talking, you see them acting, and you're saying, this is not ANC acting. Something wrong with this one. Because what the apartheid intelligence did, which was very, very intelligent from their part, they infiltrated South African society. Not only ANC, PAC, Communist Party, whatever, the academia, business, media, the levels of infiltration of South African society by the apartheid intelligence service was very heavy. That's exactly Professor Brandt. It was a deliberate intervention by forces who were originally Oseva Brandbach. And they had a strategic task to make sure that this democratic revolution fails. And they are busy at it to this day. And I'm saying, even look at the ANC. I can say for a fact that I know. They infiltrated the ANC very heavily. There are many of them we never found. And they are today sitting in senior positions. That's a crisis the country is facing. We've got to, all of these things about change, society is not changing radically, unemployment isn't, of course it's increasing, it's deliberate. And we're not going to change that until we understand what is the nature of the problem. Even this constitution, whatever it is that we say about that constitution, it might be as beautiful as anything. But the social, socio-economic context in which it operates, it's deliberately intended to make sure that that constitution fails. It's a conscious, deliberate, organized process. We've got to try and understand, Professor Brandt, you're a professor, I'm not. You've got all the time to study these things in the greatest detail. I'm saying some of your professors have written articles. There's a professor at Stellenbosch, who's at the business school. Not Sambi, not Sambi. Written a very long article posing this question. He says, if you look at productivity rates in the South African economy, that's what that article says. It says we were doing very well until 2010. And then the productivity rate went the opposite direction. And he tries to answer that question, he says, why? What happened? And he's got a very interesting answer. It's in the article. I wish I could remember the name. He says there was a change of presidents. It's in the Bureau of Economic Research. It's the Bureau of Economic Research of Science. You'll find it there. It is asking this question I was asking. Why this economy goes like this and all of a sudden it goes the other way around? And just studied this question. What was the impact of the 2008 financial crisis on South Africa? And he says it was there, but not to the extent that it got us into the position in which we are. There are other academics who studied these things who are writing about them. Franz Cronje, Dr. Franz Cronje, he speaks very very clearly about this thing. And one of his complaints is, he says he does not understand the ANC. He says the things that happened between 1994, 2007, 2008 were absolutely remarkable. No other developing countries had achieved that. But he says the ANC is not claiming any of that. Why? I think I know why. But he doesn't answer the question. He poses a question, doesn't answer it. And that is what I wanted to, that's why I was asking the question. If we don't understand this context of South Africa, what is the problem we're dealing with? It's not greedy people, inefficient, lazy. It's an organized, systematic process to make sure the democratic change doesn't happen. If we don't understand that, we won't find a solution. Sorry, Professor Kuno, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Prem Khabolo.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was good. I wish my class was here to hear you. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the panelists. Thank you. You can go back to your seats. And I'm going to hand over back to Professor Paswan. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kunong, for that great facilitation. A warm round of applause for her and our panelists who deepened the conversation on multipolarity. And we also want to thank the patron for his input in making sure that we understand the histories as well as where we're coming from. As we conclude today's program, we do so reminded that constitutional democracy is not self-sustaining. It requires ethical leadership. I think this was the theme. It came active citizenship, strong institutions, and continuous intellectual engagement. And that's what we spend the rest of the day doing here, continuous intellectual engagement. As the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at Unisa, we remain committed to creating platforms that advance democratic dialogue, African scholarship, critical engagement on the pressing issues confronting our society and continent. And this is what we did today. Down the stairs, you will see our table, our brochures of what the school is able to offer as we continue to cultivate the next generation of intellectual and public leadership in South Africa. And that is the mandate that we have and beyond on the continent as well. It now gives me a great pleasure to invite Professor Solomon Mahanu to deliver the vote of thanks. And when he finishes, please remain seated. I will tell you the last thing that we are going to do. But Professor Mahanu, I'm going to introduce him. His bio is very extensive, and in the interest of time, Professor Mahanu, I may not be able to do justice to your extensive biography, but by profession, he is a parasitologist. And before the patron asked me what is a parasitologist, let me try my best. Is the study of parasites. His job is, I don't know, Prof. Maganu likes to see parasites and as they attack plants, animals, and so on and so forth. He's also the VP Institutional Advancement at Unisa, a former Dean of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences at Unisa. A warm round of applause for Professor Mahanu.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. In the interest of time, let me stand on the protocol that has been established by the speakers who preceded me. It is important as we conclude the proceedings this afternoon that we reserve some of the remaining time to express our gratitude to all those who assisted us to have a successful colloquium. Giving a vote of thanks is the most pleasant and hospitable task that I delight in, for it embodies a salient feature of our humanity, which is to affirm and appreciate one another. The saying that goes, silent gratitude is not much use to anyone, emphasizes the importance of verbalizing and demonstrating gratitude. My forebears also made this important observation when they said, "Montsamaisa bosigo ke mo leboga bosele." An adage that emphasizes the very point that gratitude cannot be invisible, but rather should be made public and enacted as we validate the good and generous gestures or sacrifices made by others in the quest to improve and advance human life. Ladies and gentlemen, while the colloquium we had today has, in the main, a precursory role, creating a craving for tomorrow's Africa's Day lecture, it has also anatomized in a unique way the milestones and revealed the shortfalls realized in the 30 years of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Indeed, the engagements were robust, yet highly constructive, to inform the creation of a foundation upon which a better future for our nation and the continent as a whole can be constructed. What transpired in this colloquium was a precipitation of thoughts, ideas, and insights that illuminate the path to a better future. In the wake of a successful colloquium that we bore witness to today, it is my delight and singular honor at the foremost to extend words of gratitude to the Speaker of the National Assembly and Member of Parliament, Honorable Me Toko Didiza, for the warm words of welcome and the hospitality she accorded us today. She actually gave full expression to the adage that says, "Saho lamueng lebewa ke monghai." My colleague, Professor Sepota, is a linguist. He will actually translate that for you. But I cannot escape the compulsion and excitement to acknowledge the presence of the Chancellor of the University of South Africa and former State President of our country, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki. President Mbeki, this event, which is born out of the partnership between UNISA, the university you lead as Chancellor, and the Parliament of our country, is yet another milestone defining your phenomenal leadership nationally, continentally, and beyond. My forebears aptly put it when they said, "Mebala ya kgaka e bonagala dikgakaneng." Unless I am otherwise mistaken, Mr. President, Unisa, the university you lead as Chancellor, is the first university in the country to sit in the National Assembly in this form and to co-host an authentically African global conversation. It is you, Mr. President, who taught us that partnerships, as exemplified by the strong pair bond between Unisa and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, are key in maximizing transformative impact for the advancement of society. Indeed, if lions do not come together to constitute a pride, they will be even outrun by a limping buffalo. As I previously said in other occasions, Mr. President, your presence among us elicits an ambience characterized by intellectualism, the pursuit for excellence, and unwavering commitment to accountability. We are forever indebted to the excellent services you are rendering to Unisa, our nation, and the continent as a whole. To the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puplic Lenkabula, it is always a daunting task to assemble appropriate words that actually define with precision your excellent leadership and the lofty work that you do. To extricate myself from this challenge, I will once again resort to the wisdom of my forebears when they say, "Re leboga go menagane," an expression that denotes the infinite gratitude we have for you, and also that our gratitude for you, Vice Chancellor, is inexhaustible. Simply put, we are immensely indebted to your solid leadership, wisdom, and sacrifices. We also want to extend our heartfelt appreciation and thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Mona Ndulo, the William Nelson Cromwell Professor of International and Cooperative Law at Cornell University. Your willingness and propensity, Professor, to share your knowledge and insights with us signals your intellectual generosity aimed at improving the human condition. Words elude me to accurately appreciate you for the contribution that you have made today and you continue to make for the advancement of humanity. Please know that you are heartily appreciated. To the facilitators of the panel discussions, Professor Tsepo Mandlingosi, Professor Grace Kuno, and the panelists, namely Dr. Geraldine Fraser Muleketi, Professor Anthony van Niegert, Mrs. Makete Makamase, Professor Danny Brandt, Professor Sandra Lieben, Professor Mechi Makhoba, Professor Tulima Donzela, Honorable Andisiwe Kumbaka, Honorable Oscar Matafa, many thanks for enriching the discussions in the manner that you did. Your commentaries and reflections also provided multifocal lenses through which the topic could be better perceived and understood. Your contributions are highly invaluable and highly appreciated. To our program director, Professor Edith Paswani, many thanks for guiding the proceedings with absolute professionalism, clarity, and wisdom. You truly mastered the art of steering the program so meticulously and seamlessly. You are highly, highly appreciated. Also, the sign language interpreters are highly appreciated. In particular, Mr. Gavin Uaberolza and Mr. Shohonolofatso Mahate. The work that you do is so special and critical to ensure inclusivity as we conduct the businesses of the university and our society as a whole. You are highly, highly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I taper towards the conclusion of my vote of thanks, to put an event of this magnitude together, it is always a daunting task. And there are often people who labor behind the scenes. In most instances, their names do not find expression in the programs that we use. But nonetheless, I want to say to all those people who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, please know that you are highly appreciated for what you have done. And in particular, I want to make reference to colleagues from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, from the University of South Africa, and those from the parliament of our country. Please know that you are heartily appreciated for what you have done. In the event, ladies and gentlemen, I've inadvertently omitted anyone, please accept my apology. But to ensure that I remain inclusive in my vote of thanks, without leaving anyone, let me even thank those people who did nothing and have done it very well. Ladies and gentlemen, have a blessed afternoon. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marano, and thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers, let me also thank you for your contributions and participation. And thank you, Prof. Marano, for delivering the vote of thanks so meticulously. And thank everyone for participating in this important national conversation. And at this point in time, we remain seated as we are, because the patron will be leaving.